You're watching the 420 Pace, found at 420pace.ca. Stay tuned. We'll be right back after this toke. You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The views expressed by the individuals during this broadcast are their own opinions, and they may not be the same as those of their group or other organizations they may be involved with.
All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
Good day, and welcome to the Mushy Moment for Tuesday, October 14th, 2025. It's a beautiful day here in BC. And if I point this way, is it pointing to you? Cindy.
Is your image mirrored again for you? That's where I am.
It works if now I just know I got to point at my window and then it's pointing at you.
Yeah, I'm always by your window.
Oh, that sounds creepy. Is it every breath I take? Every move I make? Really, really awesome about what's going on out here on the West Coast finally?
What?
These little spaceships are appearing. The beautiful ship. So yesterday, there's some real goes around in years, but it was cool to see cap with the mushroom here. It's Rel's and oh geez, yeah. Oh, did I freeze?
No.
Oh,
the cat jumped down.
Oh. I'm thinking of getting one big enough to wear as a hat.
Why not just get one made, a hat that looks like an amanita?
I do. I'm waiting to be surprised with one already. Actually, I have no idea what it's going to be, but I'm pretty sure it'll be awesome. Yeah.
I must say, I'm a little. What is the proper term? A little envious. I'm excited for you, and I'm going to be like, "Oh, I want one too!" But I can't wait to see what it looks like too. I imagine it's going to be amazing. I've seen some of her work.
Yes, I think it's going to be incredibly awesome.
It is, yeah. Oh, I got to get prepared to do stuff that we're going to do, right?
Well, because there's a great segue from the mushroom season.
Do some news stories today. So coming to us from the CBC this time, police seize 14 kilos of magic mushroom psilocybin in raids on 9 Ottawa dispensaries.
The Ottawa police seized over 14 kilograms of magic mushrooms in a series of raids last week that came in response to recent arson attacks on illegal dispensaries in the city. The Ottawa Police Services OPS, I guess that's her name, Street Crime and Drugs Unit executed search warrants at 9 locations suspected of selling psilocybin on Thursday and Friday, OPS said in a statement Monday. Wouldn't they be selling it all week? Why would they only sell it on Thursdays and Fridays?
As well as seizing large quantities of dried mushrooms, officers also seized over $10,000 in cash and other psilocybin-based products, including capsules, beverages, edibles, and vape pens. 9 people were charged with possession of illegal drugs for the purposes of trafficking and possession of proceeds of crime.
Psilocybin, the active compound in magic mushrooms, is a Schedule III controlled substance, meaning it's illegal to possess without a prescription. Dispensaries selling magic mushrooms are illegal, but have nevertheless opened in many Canadian cities in recent years, including Ottawa. At times, police have appeared to tolerate the illegal storefronts while focusing enforcement resources on more harmful drugs, but recent fires at dispensaries have attracted their attention.
Yeah, while synthetic opiate traffickers, such as those dealing fentanyl and organized crime groups, continue to be top priority, those involved in the drug trade who engage in violence or activities that threaten public safety also become top priority for our teams. This is coming from Staff Sergeant James McGarry of the OPS, or in an OPS release. McGarry confirmed to CBC that last week's raids were directly linked to the arsons.
Over the last month or so, we've seen an uptick in violent arsons targeting mushroom shops, which naturally would bring those locations to our attention at a higher priority scale, he told CBC in an interview Monday. We determined that in the best interest of public safety, it was time that we started addressing community concerns.
The OPS arson unit is investigating fires at dispensaries on Bank Street in Centertown, on Rideau Street near Dalhousie Street, and on Preston Street south of Highway 417, all of which occurred last month. Similar incidences have also been reported in Toronto.
The OPS is also threatening to bring criminal charges against property owners and landlords who knowingly allow illegal drug sales on their premises. That'll be another story opening up, I have a feeling.
Well, it's been happening across the country. That's what's happened to Ted Smith over in Victoria. He's had to move his dispensary over there, his Compassion Club, more than once due to being threatened through the landlords. And the landlords, of course, want to keep their businesses and whatnot, and they don't care what Ted did, but at the same time, they don't want to lose their shirt because they're renting to him, which is understandable, and everybody's always understood. But yeah, they've been going after. They've done it here as well for pharmacists with Chris Enns. They went after the landlord to try and get him evicted.
Yeah, I guess. However, you got to make it happen if you're trying to shut things down.
Yeah.
Hopefully we'll learn. Safe supply keeps people alive. Street drugs kill a lot of people.
Yeah. Living where you are and, being involved in what you've been involved in because of, following your daughters and helping them. You've seen it firsthand.
Yeah. And I got to say, even for me, wrapping my head around safe supply and how big safe supply has to be to be comprehended. I'd made a post and I'd made a comment about, I was seeing there's glitches in the system, and one of the glitches is people on fentanyl are given Dilaudid, but the Dilaudid isn't strong enough for a lot of the people that are on fentanyl. So they get on the program, they get their Dilaudid, they go out, they sell the Dilaudid, and they go and buy the fentanyl. And to me, I was looking at that as a failure. And one of our friends pointed out to me that even if the Dilaudid gets sold on the street, it's a safe supply. And somebody is going to buy those safe drugs. Even though, my daughter didn't keep them and use them safely, she went and got the fentanyl. But somebody is going to get those drugs that would be getting dirty supply. they are going to safe supply. And it can be a real fuck around trying to set that in the right place in your brain, because safe supply keeps people alive and toxic supply kills people. It is that simple. It's that blatant and that simple. But the concept of safe supply and supplying drugs to drug addicts, with all the programming we've had pushed, even as somebody, that walks in the realms I do around substances, it's a hard concept to completely grasp and not get emotionally involved in, and just look at it from saving lives, people dying point of view.
Yep. Yeah. Yeah. So they're they're tearing these down, and we've watched this happen over the past year or so in Toronto, and they always pop right back up. It's happened to our friend Dana out in BC, and it doesn't keep him shut down. So I'm interested to watch and see what happens in Ottawa, and see if these places are going to pop right back open. I hope so.
Yeah, me too. The one thing I'm finding is, as I walk the healing path, the mushrooms tend to lead to the healing pathway, not the harsher, darker drugs at all.
Yeah, they're a gateway to healing, just like cannabis.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, I hear Chica. Hi, Chica.
Come here. She said, "Come on, let me out. You're on the podcast."
Yeah. Let me go play. Well, we might as well move on to. We've got 4 stories coming at you for the day. By the way, that was the first one. Might as well move on to the second one. Hey.
Sure.
So coming to us from the Kingstonist, first Health Canada approved at-home psilocybin trials are launched in Kingston.
Kingston Health Sciences Centre has announced the launch of the first ever Health Canada approved at-home psilocybin clinical trials. In a press release on Thursday, October 9th, 2025, Kingston Health Sciences Centre said that for the first time ever, researchers are studying the at-home use of non-hallucinogenic microdose levels of psilocybin, which it defines as the active compound found in psychedelic mushrooms, also known as magic mushrooms. The trial will look at this use of psilocybin in the treatment of generalized anxiety disorder, the Kingston-based medical organization said.
According to KHSC, the study is being led by researchers at the Kingston Health Sciences Centre Research Institute. And the study, a phase 2A clinical trial, has been recently approved by Health Canada. The organization said that the goal of the trial is to test if at-home use of microdose psilocybin can safely and effectively reduce symptoms of anxiety without triggering the psychedelic effect typically associated with psilocybin. KHSC explained that Dr. Claudio Stores, an attending physician in the KHSC's mental health and addiction program, is acting as the study's principal investigator with them.
Well, I would have to say that in my life, the use of microdose psilocybin can safely and effectively reduce symptoms of anxiety without triggering the psychedelic effects typically associated with psilocybin.
Yes.
Dr. Soares, who is also a professor of psychiatry at Queen's University and the director of Center for Psychedelic Health and Research at Providence Care, spoke to the significance of this clinical trial. This study represents a major shift, a new way of targeting anxiety by engaging the brain in novel ways, but without the sedation or emotional numbing caused by many of the current medications used to treat anxiety.
KHSC said that generalized anxiety disorder affects around 5% of Canadian adults, or more than 1.6 million people. disproportionately affecting women. The organization explained that despite those facts, treatment options currently available can be slow to work and come with side effects that make long-term use difficult to tolerate for some individuals. The local medical organization, which oversees the operations of a number of local hospitals and clinics, including Kingston General Hospital and Hotel Dieu Hospital, and the Cancer Center of Southeastern Ontario, said the study is being supported by a grant from the Southeastern Ontario Academic Medical Organization and funding from Diamond Therapeutics.
Generalized anxiety disorder is one of the most common and disabling mental health conditions, Dr. Michael McDonald, Chief Medical Officer at Diamond Therapeutics, said in the release. If successful, this trial could open the door to new, more accessible treatment options for people who urgently need them.
According to KHSC, early research, of which Kingston is on the cutting edge, has shown that very low doses of psilocybin may improve motivation and attention without triggering a psychedelic response. This suggests that hallucinogenic effects may not be necessary to achieve mental health benefits from psilocybin for patients with generalized anxiety disorder, the organization stated. As previously reported, Kingston has continuously blazed trails in psilocybin research in 2021. Queen's University began research into the medical applications of psilocybin, with the Faculty of Health Sciences at Queen's University posting itself at the forefront of the field, Dr. Jane Philpott said at the time. Queen's and KHSC launched a study into the effects of psilocybin in treating alcohol use disorder back in April of 2023. The same Numa Center and Atma Journey brought psilocybin research trials to Kingston. And last year, the Center for Psychedelic Health and Research officially opened at Providence Care Hospital.
KHSC is continuing Kingston's leadership role in the ever-expanding field of study. As one of the largest mental health research trials currently underway at KHSC, the study represents an important step in advancing evidence-based innovation in psychiatric care and speaks to the role KHSC RI plays in driving mental health research in Canada.
The trial will enroll up to 60 people and will involve a 4-week treatment period. That treatment period will be followed by either an extension of the treatment for 4 additional weeks or a placebo, all depending on random assignment, according to the release. Participants will take the medication at home and are not aware of which group they were assigned, KHSC explained.
Researchers are currently looking for adults living with generalized anxiety disorder to join the study. Those who would like to learn more or participate can email the research team at cs.research@queensu.ca. Promising new therapies such as this need to be evaluated in trusted institutions that place patient safety, rigorous science, and ethical oversight at the center of everything we do, said Dr. David Pecora, President and CEO of KHSC.
By leading this study, KHSC and the KHSCRI are ensuring that the search for innovative treatments happens in a safe, transparent, and responsible way. Well, isn't that interesting?
I think that is incredibly awesome.
Yeah.
Somebody who's been microdosing for a long time, for anxiety and panic attacks and PTSD and concussions, etc., and has seen the massive changes that they've had in my life, as well as just the circle I'm in and watching the people heal utilizing microdosing, watching what the changes make. I think it's beautiful that it's getting to this level where they're going to do this. This is beautiful.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. It's for a couple of years now, we've been watching a lot of studies and a lot of experimentation with macrodosing. They've created the 4-ACO DMT, which is synthetic psilocybin. And they've been dosing people with that and running studies with that. And everything's been about, 5 gram or, the equivalent of 5 grams plus. So it's nice to see the research really coming home, no pun intended, with a microdose study. Because I, like you, understand the concept of microdosing and what it can do for the human brain.
Well, just out of your own experience, what have you found that it's done for you?
Oh, yeah, I've tried it in a number of different ways, but in between macrodosing, it helps me to hold on to the healing I've done. It helps me to integrate what I've gone through on that level. It is for me an anxiety medicine, and I find if I'm going into social situations, a 100 milligram microdoses, which is 1/10 of a gram, helps me to alleviate the majority of my social anxiety. Heading into a large crowd. Yeah, and other kinds of anxiety as well. But I mean, like my first real true notice of a microdose and what it could do for me, I was heading into a craft fair, which I love and I hate because of the people. I mean, I like to go to these things, but if they could clear everybody out and just let me shop for an hour by myself, which doesn't happen, right? So, I have to find a way to deal with it. So one day I was heading into a craft fair with a friend, and we decided to have a gummy and a microdose at the same time. So one of your 20 milligram gummies and a microdose. And I went in, and it was the best craft show that I've ever had. I took it with like a little cup of coffee, and the caffeine, the psilocybin, and the THC worked beautifully together. By the time I left the craft fair, I was best friends with every vendor. I knew half the people in there. They all knew my name. And I mean, I had a blast, and so did everybody that I encountered and the friend that I went with. And so that's just the beauty of, what can be done for anxiety.
Yeah, it literally changed my life. 3 years ago, for many years prior, you would not catch me in a mall for at least 2 weeks of the Christmas season before Christmas. Couldn't go into that environment. It was just too loud, too fast, too much chaos. It was overwhelming to me. And last year, I went to the mall so that I could go and people watch. I sat down and I actually watched people that were in that environment caught up in the flow. And I got to just sit and watch it and have none of that vibration that I'd carried for years, just that weird anxiety of being out there in that, whatever that vibration is that builds up. There's everybody that's running around is emotional. There's fights that break out, and it's just strange to watch and be a part of. And for years I just couldn't do it. I couldn't go into it. And now that vibration doesn't bring me any fear. I can watch it, be a part of it, be apart from it. But the microdosing is and the healing that's come along with it has made it so that the effects it used to have on me and physical effects aren't there. It's I'd used medications prior to microdosing, and the medications didn't do it for me. They didn't allow me to just be able to go into that environment with a calm, being okay. It was actually, some of them wouldn't allow me to go into the environment because I was just kind of sitting there. It was really hard to do anything. But
Yeah.
should we go to a commercial break right about at this time so that we can let everybody view the fine sponsors of the Mushy Moment program?
Absolutely.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420.
Are you looking to get your medical cannabis grow license? Limestone City Hydroponics can help patients through the process of obtaining their license to grow medical cannabis. What's that? You don't have a doctor. If you meet the medical criteria, Limestone City Hydroponics has a nurse practitioner who can assess and provide medical cannabis prescriptions. What are you waiting for? Contact Limestone City Hydroponics at limestonecityhydroponics.ca or call them at 613-548-0420.
What do you find at paceradio.net? People advocating cannabis education.
Enjoy the buzz of legalization with Campbellford Lifestyle Shop. From lights to plant nutrients, books, consumption accessories, and more. We've got all your basics to grow or consume cannabis. Visit our info center or take a look at our piercing services and body jewelry, now available in-store through Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Campbellford.
Rerolled Saturdays. Check it out. Nothing but non-stop cannabis and psychedelic programming. Find it at 420pace.ca.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
Welcome back to the Mushy Moment here on Tuesday, October 14th, 2025. Welcome back, my awesome co-host, Rev Cindy.
I'm playing with a new mouse here, and I meant to have a little bit more banter before we went to commercial, and apparently my mouse is very sensitive. And all I did was barely touch it, and bam, we were gone.
Yeah, well, that's okay. You know what I should have dialed up that I didn't think of dialing up for today was something on the Drug Users Liberation Front, because they're in the courts right now over all their stuff, and I should have thought of grabbing one of them.
Bet you we can probably get that pretty quick. We have time. You know, we can just chat while you search it up, and then we'll go and put it at the last story, and we'll talk about it at the end.
Okay, let's do that.
Let's do that.
Wow, yeah, because their Drug Users Liberation Front was some guys here in Vancouver that wanted to. Here we go. I'll grab that one. We'll see about it. I'll just post that over. They were trying to supply safe supply to people, but they, they were using a safe supply that a lot of people aren't ready for yet, which is basically everything. They were buying drugs, illegal drugs, dark web, getting things tested, making sure stuff was real, and then, selling that to the people on the streets. They weren't making any profit on it, but.
Okay. We'll talk about it with the story.
Okay.
Yeah, that was only shared yesterday, so that's good. It's a good story. But as for now, we'll head into the next story, coming to us from Eureka Alert. And it's psychedelics offer new therapeutic framework for stress-related psychiatric disorders.
It's a peer-reviewed publication. Changchun Jillian, China, 14th of October, 2025. A peer-reviewed viewpoint article published today in Psychedelics by Professor Wang and his colleagues examines the therapeutic potential of psychedelic substances for treating stress-related psychiatric disorders through novel neurobiological mechanisms. The analysis synthesizes current evidence on how compounds like psilocybin, LSD, MDMA could fundamentally alter treatment paradigms for depression, anxiety, and post-traumatic stress disorder. The authors emphasize that the chronic stress represents a major contributor to psychiatric illness worldwide, with persistent activation of the hypothalamic pituitary adrenal, or the HPA axis, leading to structural brain changes. Traditional treatments, including selective serotonin reuptake inhibitors and cognitive behavioral therapy, while helpful for some patients, leave many with residual symptoms or significant side effects. The treatment gap has renewed scientific interest in psychedelic substances that were extensively studied before regulatory restrictions in the 70s halted most research.
Professor Wang and colleagues outline how psychedelics primarily act through serotonin 2A receptors, highly expressed in brain regions controlling mood, emotion, and cognition. This receptor activation promotes neuroplasticity and functional connectivity that could counteract structural damage from chronic stress exposure. The authors note that preclinical studies demonstrate psilocybin can upregulate brain-derived neurotropic factor and enhance dendritic absorption in the prefrontal cortex, processes critical for mood regulation. The viewpoint highlights mounting critical evidence across multiple conditions for depression. The authors cite studies where single psilocybin doses produce significant symptom reductions lasting weeks to months in treatment-resistant patients. One pivotal study showed approximately 67% of post-traumatic stress injury patients no longer met diagnostic criteria after MDMA-assisted psychotherapy. Through recent FDA advisory committee concerns about methodological limitations underscore the need for refined trial designs.
Psychedelics offer a potential in counteracting the damaging effects from prolonged exposure to stress, the authors write, noting these substances foster neuroplasticity that may allow recovery of brain regions impacted by cortisol. Unlike conventional treatments targeting symptoms, psychedelic therapy addresses underlying causes, potentially enabling sustained relief through confronting and integrating unresolved stressors. The analysis extends beyond serotonergic effects to examine anti-inflammatory properties that may provide additional therapeutic benefit. Preliminary evidence suggests psilocybin decreases pro-inflammatory cytokines, offering potential protection against stress-related brain changes. The authors propose that concurrent monitoring of immune markers and cortisol could clarify whether these mechanisms would work synergistically.
MDMA presents a distinct profile as an entheogenic agent functioning as a monoamine releasing compound that promotes emotional openness and reduces fear responses. The authors emphasize its therapeutic signal derives from acute prosociality and enhanced memory reconsolidation during psychotherapy sessions, rather than classic psychedelic phenomenology. The pharmacological state enables patients to access traumatic memories without overwhelming fear responses. The viewpoint acknowledges substantial hurdles before mainstream integration becomes feasible. Current Schedule I classification severely restricts research and therapeutic implementations, though evolving policy experiments in Oregon and Colorado suggest regulatory framework may emerge. The authors stress the need for specialized therapeutic training, noting psychedelic therapy differs quality from traditional verbal psychotherapy and approaches. And I will be right back as my doorbell just rang.
Okay. Safety considerations include predictable adverse effects like nausea, headache, and cardiovascular changes requiring careful medical screening and monitoring. The authors advocate for standardized protocols, enhanced safety monitoring, and strategies to manage expectancy effects that complicate efficacy interpretations. Longitudinal studies comparing psychedelic-assisted therapy with conventional treatments across psychiatric diagnoses remain essential. Professor Wang and colleagues identify critical research needs, including biomarker development for personalizing treatment, optimizing of dosing regimes, and investigation of genetic factors influencing response. They emphasize interdisciplinary collaboration across neuroscience, psychology, engineering, and pharmacology will advance understanding of stress-activated neural circuits and plasticity mechanisms.
This viewpoint article represents a critical synthesis of the current state of knowledge in psychedelic therapeutics, providing researchers, clinicians, and policymakers with a comprehensive framework for understanding these substances' therapeutic potential. By systematically analyzing and integrating findings from across the literature, the authors offer both historical perspective on how the field has evolved and a roadmap for future investigations. Such comprehensive reviews are essential for identifying patterns that may not be apparent for individual studies, resolving apparent contradictions in the literature, and highlighting the most promising avenues for advancing the field. The synthesis presented here serves as a valuable resource for both newcomers seeking to understand the field and experienced researchers looking to contextualize their work within the broader scientific landscape. The peer-reviewed viewpoint in psychedelics titled, pardon me, Psychedelics in the Context of Stress and Psychiatric Disorders, a New Horizon in Mental Health Treatment, is freely available via open access on September 29th, 2025 in Psychedelics at the following hyperlink if you want to take a look.
The Journal of Psychedelic and Psychoactive Drug Research is a peer-reviewed medical research journal published by Genomics Press, New York. Psychedelics is dedicated to advancing knowledge across the full spectrum of consciousness-altering substances, from classical psychedelics to stimulants, cannabinoids, and entactogens. Oh, I don't know that one. Dissociatives, plant-derived compounds, and novel compounds, including drug discovery approaches. Our multidisciplinary approach encompasses molecular mechanisms, therapeutic applications, neuroscientific discoveries, and socio-cultural analysis. We welcome diverse methodologies and perspectives from fundamental pharmacology and clinical studies to psychological investigations and societal historical context that enhance our understanding of how these substances interact with human biology, psychology, and society. Well, I liked that.
Yeah.
It's nice to see all of the science and that coming out, because there are a bunch of us that couldn't wait for the science, and we started on our own, and we walked pathways where there wasn't a lot of people had walked the pathways, and now it's nice to see that, you know, the walking that a bunch of us did as individuals or in underground groups, you know, it paved the way so that people had to notice, or this wave wouldn't be happening. People had to notice the people changing, or the wave wouldn't flow.
Yeah.
You know? So it's beautiful. People are healing, not just being medicated. You know, and don't get me wrong, there's a place for medications, there's a place for pharmaceuticals, but, you know, 90% of it, the place is not in healing, it's in medicating a symptom. And if a person is looking to heal, you know, you heal yourself, your body heals you. You need the right things in your body to heal you. And sometimes finding those right things are not very easy. But, you know, in the meantime, medicating till you find them, great. But, you know, always look for what can heal you. You need to find what can heal you. That's my rant for the day. Hope you like it.
Steve, TED Talk by Steve. Yeah, it's nice to see the science catching up. I'm all for that. I'm not sure if they will ever feel that they've caught up study after study. That's how people make money in that field. But it's nice to see that it's coming out in favor, no matter what they're trying to prove.
Yes. And, you know, you and I know the studies are going to come out with positive results. And whether or not the medical society or whichever society runs with that to bring it into the public to be utilized, the substances are always available and can be found even in the way that we found them. And then there's people like us that are promoting it and going, no, this needs to be out there, and we'll suffer morality over legality. And more of that'll happen as more people heal. The people around you go, what are you doing? What do you do? How are you doing that? What you're changing? What's going on? What have you changed? And as long as the science proves that it's okay, the people that are on the sidelines hesitant will help themselves heal. Because right now they're just watching. Well, we've seen you've made changes, but the science. And if I'm a nut, I can dive into the science and find it and go through it. But a lot of people can't. They want science to tell them it's okay. So, at least now the science is coming along, so the science can tell them, yes, it's okay.
Yeah. It's nice to see for those that need it. That's for sure. Beautiful amanitas. We're going to head along to the next story because we added one to the end. So we might as well move along just a little bit quicker just to get all of them in. So coming to us from Manga Bay, the hidden environmental costs of psychedelics.
The world's appetite for transcendence is endangering the very organisms that once mediated it. From the Sonoran Desert to the Amazon basin, plants and animals that produce psychedelic compounds, peyote, ayahuasca vine, iboga, even a toxin-oozing toad are under pressure. As psychedelic therapies move from ritual to clinic, their biological sources are succumbing to over-harvesting, habitat loss, and the cultural extraction that accompanies demand. Peyote, long sacred to Native American communities, grows slowly, and it takes years to recover from a single cut. Yet its crowns are sold by the million each year to supply religious ceremonies and increasingly seekers chasing a fashionable plant medicine experience. The ayahuasca vine, once limited to Amazonian forests, now fuels a global wellness industry whose retreats multiply faster than the lianas they depend on. In Gabon, the iboga shrub, central to the Bwiti spiritual tradition, is being uprooted to feed the global market for its anti-addiction alkaloid. Even the Sonoran Desert toad has not escaped commodification. Its secretion, rich in the hallucinogen 5-MeO-DMT, is collected by milking wild toads, often fatally.
Yeah, it's heartbreaking. Anna Ermakov and Sam Grandy, authors of a new review published by Frontiers in Conservation Science, call for a biocultural approach to conservation, one that treats these organisms not merely as raw material for pharmacological or spiritual tourism, but as parts of living ecosystems and cultures. They urge long-term ecological monitoring, sustainable cultivation, and policies rooted in indigenous stewardship. Synthetic chemistry may ease pressure, but it cannot replicate the entwined cultural and ecological relationships that have evolved over centuries. The modern psychedelic renaissance has revived interest in substances that reveal hidden connections between self and nature. Ironically, that very quest for unity now threatens the species that make it possible. Unless reverence is matched by restraint, the next frontier of consciousness may arrive only after its natural teachers are gone. Yeah.
Yes. Wow. Yes, and it's funny because part of the using of these particular medicines in healing is learning to be conscious of everything around you. And yeah, that's kind of a strange dichotomy.
It's in all of the medicines that I've studied that require those things. Like, I mean, we learn proper harvesting, and we also learn that, you know, I wouldn't go into the forests and get myself a bufo or a tree frog. You know, like, this is left best to the people that do it, and because they do have ceremony around it, they do treat these amphibians well. They, you know, there are 4 glands, they only milk 2. They understand that these amphibians can't be moved more than 50. So, like, a lot of these landowners that we have heard about through friends of ours in the Comcat, they milk them on their own land, and they don't allow anybody else come on their land. That's their land. They milk those toads. They keep them. They look after them. They are the keepers of that medicine. At the buity like that, we should be looking at the ayahuasca like that. Like, I mean, all of these medicines should be looked at properly. Cacao is now taking an actual shit kicking because we've just ceremonial stuff, and it's, you know, the price of cacao has gone through the roof.
Yeah. And some of it's been like, I'm noticing in the groups that the people are asking more. Hey, does anybody know where we can find ceremonial? What's going on with this? It's we need to be careful. Everything. Yeah.
That's why, I mean, like, I'm really proud of the courses I've taken because they teach the reverence, and they teach respect. They teach, you know, making sure you know your source of your medicine, whether you are getting the synthetic 5-MeO or the natural 5-MeO. Make sure I know my source of combo of cacao. These are beautiful, of Hape and Sinonga. They're beautiful medicines, and getting them so they, you know, like, knowing that you've got them, that they are grown or harvested or collected with reverence and respect and prayer, you know you're getting a good, loving product. And it's one of the things that, you know, integrity brings us, is knowing where our medicines come from and holding them as we serve them in that same reverence. Hi, Chica. Here I am in a beautiful, you know, TED talk of my own, and, you know, she just agreeing with me. She's like, yes, thank you.
Oh, that's funny.
It is.
Yeah. Wow.
Well,
Yes.
I would really like to get on to, and unless you have something to say, I'd like to move on to the last story.
No, let's go to the last one.
Because I know that it's something that, you know, you thought about it, you got excited about it. So I'd like to give it, you know, we've got a good 10 minutes to concentrate on that story, and that's awesome. So coming to us this time from the Thai, safe drugs on trial. Dolph's trafficking case begins.
Okay. Wow. Almost 2 years after police raided their Compassion Club and homes, Drug User Liberation Front co-founders Eris Nix and Jeremy Calicum are in court to fight drug trafficking charges. They were arrested and charged October 25th, 2023, when Vancouver police raids shut down Dolph, which was buying, testing, and selling illegal meth, cocaine, and heroin at cost to Compassion Club members.
The goal, Duff maintained, was to save lives. Crown prosecutors took Monday and Tuesday, the first 2 days of the trial, to present their case that the duo had been trafficking drugs.
Dolph was always open about what it was doing, so establishing that Nix and Calicum had been buying and selling drugs was straightforward. The Crown presented bank accounts for Dolph under the founders' names and news articles where the pair identified themselves as the co-founders of Dolph and said they were asking Health Canada for an exemption under the Controlled Drugs and Substances Act to buy, test, and sell illegal drugs. In its request, Dolph said it would ideally find a pharmaceutical company to work with, but in the meantime would have to source drugs from the dark web.
The Crown's case even included a recording where Nix and Calcium openly spoke with Vancouver police officers about buying drugs from the dark web with the intent to test and sell them to Compassion Club members. The Crown called two Vancouver police officers, Sergeant Mike Chia and Deputy Kenneth Lee, who confirmed their investigation and subsequent raids found Dolph was buying and selling meth, cocaine, and heroin.
However, Dolph's lawyers are arguing Nix and Calicum were allowed to provide the drugs because they were operating under an exemption under the Controlled Drugs and Substances Act that let them test drugs during the toxic drug crisis. Dolph was founded in the fall of 2022 by Nix and Calicum in response to the deaths caused by the unregulated and increasingly toxic drug supply.
According to the BC Coroner Service, when Dolph was formed, about 11,800 British Columbians had been killed by unregulated drugs since 2014. Holy cannoli. When fentanyl started appearing and killing people. By the time they were arrested, roughly 1 year later, the death toll had jumped to more than 14,500. As of August this year, more than 18,444 people have died. To reduce deaths, Nix and Calicum decided to buy drugs, test them, and sell them at cost to 47 Compassion Club members who were over 18 and already using unregulated substances, meaning they were at high risk of overdose and death.
Dolph relied on donations to buy the drugs and did not make any money on the sales. This strategy worked.
Yeah. Dolph produced a peer-reviewed study that showed after about 1 year, zero of its Compassion Club members had died. Members reported having fewer overdoses and engaging in less crime. Although they bought the drugs from the dark web using cryptocurrency, Dolph never worked in the shadows.
From the start, Nix and Calicum were in contact with Health Canada, submitting the request to be exempt from the Controlled Drug and Substances Act. Health Canada denied that exemption, and Dolph challenged that decision in a separate court case that took place in April of 2024 and is still awaiting a decision. If Nix and Calicum are convicted of trafficking, there are plans to challenge the constitutionality of the Controlled Drugs and Substances Act.
Dolph also worked with Vancouver Coastal Health to offer other harm reduction services, including drug checking and an overdose prevention site where people could use drugs and have someone intervene if there was a medical emergency. Vancouver Coastal Health leased Dolph space in the downtown east side at 390 Columbia Street to run these services. Dolph stored and sold tested cocaine, methamphetamines, and heroin to its Compassion Club members from this site.
The health authority did have an exemption from the Controlled Drug and Substances Act to let it set up drug checking and consumption sites based on urgent public health needs. Dolph's lawyers are arguing that this exemption meant Nix and Calicum were providing the drugs legally.
Yeah. The work we're doing is an advanced form of drug checking, Nix said in a conversation between herself, Calicum, and Vancouver Police Department Inspector Phil Hurd and Staff Sergeant Jason Chan in a recording that was played in court on Tuesday. Dolph's defense lawyers presented emails that showed Dolph worked to have an open and ongoing relationship with the VPD.
In a recording from August 21st, Nix and Calicum explained to the officers that they were buying, testing, and handing out free drugs at protests, but they wanted to start a compassion club following the same model. Nix adds that Dolph is a pretty small fish given the scale of drugs in the downtown east side.
Absolutely. In the recording, the officers replied that this is great work that you're doing and that they are happy to assist in any way we can. The court heard Calicum sent emails to Hurd, then Police Chief Adam Palmer, and then Interim Chief Fiona Wilson, in which he'd give updates on Dolph and highlight how Dolph and the VPD share the same goals of keeping people safe.
Wilson even followed Dolph on Twitter and said in an email to Calicum that she takes an interest in anything that can be done legally to save lives. and through the organization's Twitter account could be a good source of information. But none of this information got back to Chia, who led the Vancouver police investigation on Dolph.
Chia was cross-examined Tuesday by Dolph's lawyer, Tim Dixon. Dolph was also represented by lawyers Stephanie Dixon and Kalen Uro. In court, Chia said he couldn't remember if he had spoken to Heard or Wilson about Dolph before or during the investigation.
He also said he researched Dolph online, but never saw Dolph's website, which also laid out exactly what Dolph was doing. Really? Your Google search never turned up Dolph.ca, asked Dixon.
Chia said the VPD hadn't paid much attention to Dolph until Economist published a feature about Dolph on September 8th, 2023, which said Dolph was operating out of a storefront in Vancouver. That made the VPD concerned that if it didn't act, there could be copycats who opened similar storefronts and sold drugs, he said.
Chia said what could happen to Dolph's Compassion Club members if they weren't able to access tested drugs was outside the scope of his investigation. The Economist was far from the first news outlet to write about Dolph. Dixon asked Chia if he'd read the articles from CBC, Canadian Press, Vancouver is Awesome, National Observer, Guardian, Toronto Star, Filter, or the Tyee that came out before the Economist article. But Chia said he had not.
Wow, that's a lot of articles to be ignoring at the CBC at that, right? While the VPD was investigating Dolph, then BC United Party leader Kevin Falcon and current federal conservative leader Pierre Poilievre were critical of the partnership between the Vancouver Coastal Health and Dolph. Vancouver Coastal Health had given Dolph $200,000 so the site could run drug checking and harm reduction services. VCH and Dolph said the money was never used to buy drugs.
VCH canceled its financial partnership with Dolph shortly after the politician's comments and ended the lease at 390 Columbia Street. Chia said he didn't speak with Vancouver Coastal Health during the investigation and wasn't aware of the exemption from the Controlled Drugs and Substances Act.
Do you know of any organized crime in the downtown east side that has partnerships with health authorities? Dixon asked Chia, who said he didn't. Chia said he also wasn't aware that Dolph was being kicked out of its storefront.
Nix and Calicum were arrested 6 days before they would have had to vacate 390 Columbia Street. Their trial is scheduled for the next 2 weeks, but will likely wrap up before then, with Justice Catherine Murray expected to announce a verdict a few weeks after the trial ends.
Interesting. Wow.
Yeah, that one hits home for me.
Yeah, it would.
I've met a lot of people through my daughters in addiction that are no longer with us. I know many people that have overdosed over and over and over again because it's toxic. And most of those people that died is because it was toxic supply. And, you know, even the news runs a story on people that thought they were buying cocaine and ended up dying from fentanyl overdose. But if they were getting a clean supply, they would still be alive.
Yeah.
So,
I remember in the last couple of minutes, I just want to, reiterate a story that you and your daughters have told me. More so you than your daughters. They get quite emotional when you reiterate this. But you told me a story of when they were first on the streets, first in addiction. And you took pizza and coffee down for them and their friends. And they had this little circle of friends that all had their tents together. And they were supporting children because they are all kids. Like, I mean, I don't care how old they get. They're kids to us. So that group of kids, your two daughters are the only people alive still. And that's huge because that wasn't a small group of kids that you told me about. You know, there were 6 or 7 or 8 of them, and it's your daughters that are alive.
yeah. So this all hits home for me.
Yeah.
And yes, I'm an advocate for safe supply.
Me too. Me too. It's easier to get off a safe supply. It really is.
Yeah.
And it's easier on your body to be on a safe supply of fentanyl. And there's not just fentanyl out there now. There's so much of it. Carfentanil. And then they've got them laced with crazy things that turn you into a zombie for 8 to 12 hours. And it's scary.
Causing people's skin to blow off.
Yeah.
And the trank, you see the people just frozen in positions that no body should be in, and they're just frozen there for hours. It's things that we have as a society, because really that shouldn't be out there. That's mental health issues, that's addiction issues, and we should be repairing those.
Here, here. Beautiful things can come when you repair those things.
Yes.
I just want to take a moment and give some love out to Matthew and Carolyn, who are here showing us some love. And Carolyn says, "Hey, doll," which is me, and Steve, which is him. Hey, Carolyn.
Hey.
And with that, I really should point up here.
Thank you, one and all, for showing up and hanging out with us on this podcast. And we'll see you next week. Same bad place, same bad time, doing cooler stuff. Hopefully.
Bye.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The opinions of the individuals during this broadcast are their own and may not be the opinions of their group or other organizations they may be involved with. All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
Enjoy the buzz of legalization with Campbellford Lifestyle Shop. From lights to plant nutrients, books, consumption accessories, and more. We've got all your basics to grow or consume cannabis. Visit our info center or take a look at our piercing services and body jewelry, now available in-store through Campbellford Lifestyle Shop. 17 Bridge Street West, Campbellford.
Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420.
We are people advocating cannabis education here at paceradio.net.
You're watching the 420 Pace, found at 420 Pace CA.
Stay tuned. We'll be right back after this toke.
Since ancient days and fields so wide, hemp grew strong, a gift with pride. Fed the hungry, clothed the poor, built the sails that reached new shores. Pages were pressed from its sturdy grain, light in the minds of kings and sages reign. Fuel for the fire, ropes for the sea, nature's gift to set us free. Take a toke in time, breathe it in real slow. Feel the wisdom rise, let the knowledge flow. From the roots to the sky, it's always been divine.
rich and pure, healing hearts with a cure so sure. Omega strong, a perfect feast, feeding the body, man and beast. Pressed into oils, spun into thread, from crown to soul it kept us fed. Medicine, shelter, a peaceful way, a plant of light to end the grave. Take a toke in time, breathe it in real slow. Feel the wisdom rise, let the knowledge flow. From the roots to the sky, it's always been divine. A sacred leaf, a guiding sign, oh yeah. Lifted souls through smoke and song, a gentle whisper, a love so strong. Open minds and soothe the pain, kept the spirit whole again. Though time may change, the truth remains. Nature's gift flows through our veins. From past to time across the land. Take a toke in time, breathe it in real slow. Feel the wisdom rise, let the knowledge flow. From the roots to the sky, it's always been divine. A sacred leaf, a guiding sign. Built it slow, brick by brick. No flash, just sweat and money thick. Out past town where roads fade away, I found a place where my plants could play. Under LEDs and mountain sun, I grew what healed, hurt no one. A doctor high hoodie stained with soil and sweat. A life not allowed but no regret. The world below could chase their fame. I just fed the roots without any shame. Under the lights, I made it grow. Leaf and bud in a beautiful glow. I wanted cash, cars, and women all around. And Dr. High knew how clean the money I found. Word got out, demand got bold. Strangers came with fists of gold. I said no, but money talks, and soon my doors had heavier knocks. My name was whispered in smoked out bars. They drove from cities, lit cigars. I lost the hush, I lost the hill, but I kept on growing, I kept the will. You can't find peace when greed walks in. Beautiful green plants turn to spokes to sin. Under the lights, I made it grow, leaf and bud in a beautiful glow. I wanted cash, cars, and women all around. Doctor, I knew how to clean the money I found. Woke to boots and blue flood beams. Saw my dream ripped apart at the seams. They took the plants, they took the distillate jars. They can't reach the cash hidden under the stars. I lit one right there on the hill as they rid me rights against my will. A few seeds fell from my sleeve. I grinned and turned to leave. Under the lights, I made it grow. Now it's gone, but I still know you can crush the plant, rip out the ground, but doctor, I can't be shut down. Yeah, I'll rise again where peace is found. In the fields where the green highways lie, hemp grows tall, a natural high. Cannabis for medicine, so pure and bright. Filling hearts with joy day by day. From seeds to soil, a journey so grand. Nature's gifts, a world to expand. Food from the earth, health in our veins. Smoking makes us feel like we've gained. Green highways lead to freedom. Cannabis for medicine, no need to worry. Joyful smoke, a natural remedy. Liberation in every city. Through the clouds, we find our way. With every breath, we're okay. No more pain, just pure delight. In this world of endless light. In the heart of the green highway lane, we find peace, a brand new stance. Cannabis for health, a new dawn, making dreams come true. One puff at a time, from the fields where the hemp grows to the skies where we soar. With every high, we let go of worries, of sorrow. Green highways lead to freedom. Cannabis for medicine, no need to worry. Joyful smoke, a natural remedy. Liberation in every city. Alright, listen, there's a lesson. Alright, class, listen up, today's lesson. The endocannabinoid system. CB1, CB2 getting live. That dopamine surging like a roller coaster ride. My neurons dancing, feeling real nice. Bloodstream flooded with the terps and spice. The money lift me, my mood take flight. Bottom of the Mars scene chilling, got me feeling right. TXC's the leader, he bring the fire. Got the CBD be chilling, trying to calm him like a choir. The CBG the healer, fixing what's broke. CBN be creeping, make you snore like a joke. This is the THC Symphony. Symphony, roll it, light it, take that hit. Our brain waves jumping, feel that shift. Look, THC, CBD, do the dance. Cannabis got your mind enhanced. Cannabis got your mind enhanced. Feeling chill? That's the line, a little touch. New and feeling bright, that's that citrus punch. Terpenes be working, flavors unlocked like a symphony, but inside my throat. Living the hype, me, beta cardio feeling, bite me, pine and keep my focus tight, eucalyptal feeling right. That all these compounds working as one. This ain't just a plan, it's a loaded gun. OTC say yo, let's elevate. CBD like chill, meditate. CBG like bro, I heal the pain. No CBN say y'all, go ahead, I'll take the strain. This is the THC Symphony. It's the THC Symphony. Come roll it, light it, take that hit. A brain waves jump and feel that shit. Well, THC, CBD, do the dance. Cannabis got your mind enhanced. Cannabis got your mind enhanced. Dr. High steps in, lab coat tight, endocannabinoid system runs your life. Anandamide, that's your bliss. CB receptors can't be missed. Brain's got receptors ready to go. Cannabis plants, they fit like a coke. Synthetic pills got you feeling insane, but nature already programmed your brain. Roll it, light it, take that hit. Our brain waves jump and feel that shift. Call THC, CBD, do the dance. Cannabis got your mind enhanced. Cannabis got your mind enhanced.
My grandpa worked these fields in 42 when Uncle Sam needed rope to win the war. Hemp grew tall on this Kentucky ground, just like his daddy did the years before. Time keeps turning like the seasons change. Some crops fade while others rearrange. What the past has taught us still rings true. What goes around grows around, yes it do. Plant the seeds of tomorrow, plant them deep. Watch the old ways grow new, watch them meet. Then tobacco ruled these rolling hills. All said we had to change to stay alive, but the soil remembered what came before and kept those roots alive deep inside. Time keeps turning like the seasons change. Some crops fade while others rearrange. What the past has taught still rings true. What goes around grows around, yes it do. ancient wisdom in the ground. Family roots run deep and sound. Now I'm working, they be still be laying ground, growing hemp just like my grandpa knew. Boy, one smiles as history turns, bringing back what always rang true. Time keeps turning like the seasons change. Some crops fade while others rearrange. What the past has taught us still rings true. What goes around, yes it do.
He sat in the corner, eyes half closed, wrapped in smoke like a worn-out road. They say he's seen the past, the present, the end, through the bottom of a bong that ain't never been cleaned. I dropped a 20, said, tell me my fate. He took one hit, then made me wait. Stared real deep like a wise old sage, then coughed up a lung and said, bro, you blazed. Bong water vision, secrets untold. Sip it if you dare, but the taste too cold. One puff, two puff, spirits arise. The answer's in the bubbles if you open your mind. If you open your mind. But don't ask too much or it might be too late. He sees the future but it's cloudy as hell. Take another rip and let the vision swell. He still took a hit, now the truth feels near. He looked at the ripples, let out a sigh. Said, son, I see tacos falling from the sky. I said, that ain't prophecy, man, that's a dream. He just grinned and said, trust the green. He whispered, aliens, they've been here a while. Built the pyramids, then dipped with a smile. I said, that's insane, he just shook his head. It's all in the bong, man, reality's dead. Bong water vision, truth driven slow. Sip it if you dare, but you may not know. One puff, two puff, the answers arrive. But the more you see, the less you survive. Less you survive. Don't ask too much, or it might be too late. He sees the future, but it's cloudy as hell. Take another rip and let the vision swell. But he still took a hit, now the truth feels near. Maybe fate's a game. Maybe the future's just a smoky haze. Maybe I should ask one last thing. But damn, this water got a funky sting.
wings are flickering, the night rolls in. Pass the bottle, let the tales begin. Old songs play on a beat-up radio, laughter rising with the embers glow. Memories light up like the stars so high, stories drifting in the midnight sky. One more spark, let the circle stay tight. Ain't no worries in the firelight. We're smoking buddies, side by side, blowing clouds where the good times ride. No need to rush, just let it be. Here with my friends, feeling wild and free. Feet in the dirt, got the sky up above. Sharing the green, sharing the love. Ain't about money, ain't about fame, just a fire, some buds, and a world untamed. Tales of old days, lessons we've learned, passing the torch as the fire still burns. Wind in the trees, singing our song. We're here tonight, but the vibe lives on. We're speaking buddies, side by side, blowing clouds where the good times ride. No need to rush, just let it be. Here with my friends, feeling wild and free. Ash in the tray, but the night's still young. Another round, let's keep it strong. No place to be, no time to keep, just rolling slow where the memories meet. Soon the sun's gonna break the song. We'll be back, yeah, time will tell. Till then, my brothers, keep the fire alive, light it up, let the good times thrive. We're smoking buddies, side by side, blowing clouds where the good times ride. No need to rush, just let it be. Here with my friends, feeling wild and free.
They locked us up, they took our names. For rolling dreams, they gave us chains. Families torn, lives erased. A war on truth, a war on race. The cells were filled, the streets ran cold. The laws were written in blood and gold. A billion lost, but no one paid, except the ones they locked away. Then the walls fell down, the smoke poured through. Suddenly they said it's safe for you. They taxed the pain, they sold the cure, but justice still feels so unsure. Legal at last, but the scars remain. Time moves fast, but who takes the blame? Gift of gods, let the few rise. Dr. High, stand where the lost ones lie. Legal at last, but remain. Time moves fast, but who takes the blame? Gift of, let the future rise. Dr. High, stand where the lost ones lie. North of the border, the tide has turned. 5 years free and the people learned. Crime went down, streets stayed clean. Cannabis healed, it changed the scene. No smoke and fear, no wasted lives. No broken homes, no goodbye cries. The world took note, they saw it clear. The green rush rose, the truth is near. Oh, smoke rise high, echoes whisper through the sky. For every name, for every fight, one green leaf still shining bright. Legal scars remain. Time moves fast, but who takes the blame? Gift of the gods, let the future rise. Dr. High, stand where the lost ones lie. Legal at last, but the scars remain. Time moves fast, but who takes the blame? Gift of the gods, let the future rise. Dr. High still lights the way. Legal at last, but the scars remain. Time moves fast, but who takes the blame? Future rise. Dr. High, stand where the lost ones lie.
Old man Thompson worked his land all day, same as his daddy did, the old-fashioned way. Cotton corn was all he'd known, till the government man came down that road. Said, we need your help to win this war, hemp for ropes and so much more. Thompson stood there, scratched his chin, said, well, if my country needs it, I'll begin. Hemp for the Navy, hemp for the ships. Every strand we grow helps our boys come home. Set our fighting men free. Down in the fields when summer came, Thompson learned a whole new farming game. Breaking ground and planting seed, learning skills his country'd need. Neighbors shared their knowledge round, how to work that crop into the ground. Every farm from here to town turned their fields all upside down. Hemp for the Navy, hemp for the ships. Every strand we grow helps the boys come home. Set our fighting men free. When evening falls, he stands alone, reading letters from his son back home, fighting somewhere across the foam, on ships held strong by Kentucky grown. Harvest time brought calloused hands, working with local farming bands, breaking stalks in autumn sun. Everyone pitched into work was done. Thompson smiled with honest pride as wagons rolled out packed inside. Fiber strong and straight and true, doing what Kentucky folks could do. Hemp for the Navy, hemp for the ships. Out on the sacred strand we grow helps the boys come home. Let our fighting men free. Yeah!
Good night, we settle the age-old fight. In the left corner, the king of chill, Indica. And in the right, the high-flying hustler. Let's putt out, let's go. Let's putt out, let's go. I'm Indica, baby, I'll slow you down. Put your ass on the couch, melt tune the sound. I'm the king of chill, the master of ease. One hit of me and you'll be counting Z's. Heavy limbs, body locked. Yeah. Relief, deep sleep. I'm the strain that makes your problems retreat. But can you keep keep up? Can you hold that flame? Sativa steps in, now let's play the game. Who's got the crown? Let's find out now. Roll it up, light it up, tell me what you need. Fast and loose or locked and deep. Sativa got you flying in to keep it slow. Let the strain wars rage and let the people know that the battle continues. Who runs the game? I'm Sativa, son, I'll bring the light. Wake you up, make your brain take flight. Energize, I'm the go-getter's friend. Call me motivation, now get up again. Creativity, I got that, man. Write a song in a world, start a brand. I don't knock you out, I put you in gear. Hit me twice and you'll see it all clear. You talk too much, man, take a seat. That fast-paced life ain't for me. Round two, who you riding with? Roll it up, light it up, tell me what you need. Sativa got you flying in to keep it slow. The strain wars rage and let the people know. Continues, who runs the game? One for the couch. One for the sky. Who's the king? Let's hear you cry. Continues, who runs the game? So who wins, folks? Let me hear you loud. Guess we'll have to hit another bowl and find out tomorrow.
Goody, it's time to smoke a J. Goody, it's time to end the workday. We're gonna go inside, spark a joint with friends and smoke and play. You got puff, puff, and then you pass. It's just a habit, you gotta puff, puff, and then you pass. 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 Open up the stash box and grab us a real fat J. Open up the stash box and let's smoke the day away. Have a smoke out in the backyard after working hard all day. You gotta puff, puff, and then you pass. You gotta puff, puff, and then you pass. You gotta puff, puff, and then you pass. You gotta puff, and then pass this way. A good joint is for sharing, and all my friends do agree. A good joint is for smoking fire. One up and you will quickly see. They all come running when they know the smoke is free. Jack and Jill went up the hill to smoke a J. Jack and Jill went up the hill to smoke all day. Jill got high and last we heard Jack floated away. You gotta puff, puff, and then you pass. You gotta puff, puff, and then you pass. You gotta puff, puff, and then you pass. You gotta puff, puff, and then you pass this way.
Under the stars where the sand runs deep, a fire burns while the sages speak. One last breath, one last taste, before the blade, before the chase. They move in shadows, silent and wise, eyes like falcons under blood-red skies. A vision granted, a mind set free. Through desert smoke, they come to see. Whispered words in the palace halls, one deep hit and the empire falls. Dreams ignite, fear dissolves, smoke in the wind, the fate evolves. Through desert smoke, rise so high, visions burn the assassin's eye. Gift of the gods from dusk to sky, Dr. High watch with a knowing sight. Just blades, but minds so sharp. They spoke in riddles, they move through dark. A brotherhood bound by fire and leaf, a secret war, a hidden belief. The empires feared what they couldn't tame, so they cursed the herb and they banned the flame. But truth don't burn and fire don't die. The desert smoke still fills the sky. Ooh, smoke rise high, silent footsteps in the night. Through the dunes, through the fight, one green leaf, it fuels the light. Food, desert smoke, rise so high, visions burn in the assassin's eye. Gift of the gods from dust to sky, Dr. High watch with an light. Desert smoke, rise so high, visions burn in the assassin's eye. Gift of the gods from dust to sky, Dr. High watch with a knowing sight. High watch with a knowing sight. The kingdoms change, the stories fade, but the fire lives, the truth remains. From Persia's sand to the modern age, Dr. High still turns the page. Dr. High watch with a knowing sight.
And there's a gift to all mankind. It's good for both body and mind. No toxic waste, no poison ground. In hemp a true solutions found. A crop so kind, or pure so wise. The gift of nature legalize. We can't ignore, and not just the rain. You go, it's true. In a world of chaos, we lean on you. Almighty and so strong and true, with endless gifts in all you do. From sturdy rope to healing balm, you bring the world a gentle calm. Your stalks can build, your seeds can feed, a plant of peace, a vital seed. You cleanse the earth, you heal the air, a green embrace beyond compare. For clothes and paper, fuel and more, you've served mankind since days of yore. Yet laws once bound your noble grace. Now freedom can't reclaim your place. So rise again, stand tall and free. A future bright for all to see. With hemp we thrive, with hemp we grow. A greener world begins to show. In every way on hemp we depend. when we use hemp, our lives extend from textile soft to biofuels. Hemp leads the way, hemp break the rules. Your healing touch soothes pain and strife, restoring hope, renewing life. From anxious minds to weary souls, you mend the cracks, you make us whole. The farmer's cheer, the maker's craft, a brighter path, a greener draft. With every seed that finds the land, we break the chains with open hands. Almighty hemp, your time is near. The winds of change are strong and clear. No more shall greed suppress your worth, for hemp shall heal and bless the earth. No toxic waste, no poison brown. In hemp are true solutions found. A crop so kind, so pure, so wise. A gift of nature legalized. Hemp is a gift to all mankind. It's good for both body and mind. On a happy Friday night, we light up the sky. Friends gather around, no need for disguise. Smoking under the stars, feeling so free. Laughter and joy in this backyard spree. Jazzy piano plays, setting the tone. Sultry vocals flow like a cool summer breeze. We share stories, we share laughs in this backyard paradise where worries just cease. Oh, let's get high under the moon's glow. With friends by my side, we'll dance and we'll show backyard bliss on this happy Friday night. In this moment, we're just right. Grilling burgers, roasting sweet corn. The aroma fills deep like a warm sweet storm. We sip on drinks past the bowl, feeling alive in this backyard soul. Oh, let's get high under the moon's glow. With friends by my side, we'll dance and we'll show backyard bliss on this happy Friday night. In this moment, we're just right. Under the moon's with friends by my side, we'll dance and we'll show backyard bliss on this happy Friday night. In this moment, we're just right.
The fire glow, drum beat soft, moonlight high. Herb starts to breathe in full. Hands held tight, words unspoken. Breathe in deep, let the past be broken. Feel the rhythm, feel the flame. Let Jah spirit call your name. One puff, two puff, soul takes flight. Wisdom in the smoke, visions in the night. Ancient voices hum low and deep. The circle is strong, the fire won't sleep. Smoke rises in past and present, one and the same. Lift up the chalice and speak my name. used by the old ones, passed through hands of kings and shaman sons. Used for healing, used for light, to see through the dark and make wrong right. From Africa's fields to the Himalayas tall, the herb been growing before men could crawl. Passed from the ancients, given in trust. Now it's in your hands, breathe deep, adjust. One puff, two puffs, soul takes flight. Wisdom in the smoke, visions in the night. Ancient voices hum low and deep. The circle is strong, the fire won't sleep.
Smoke rises in sacred circles. Nothing you lost, but the flame still burns. Glad of past and present, one and the same. Lift up the chalice and speak my name. Into the ashes and embers, he knows what's in store.
Breathe in peace, breathe in light. Smoke reveals what hides in sight. Not just a plant, not just a flame, but key to remembering what we came. Rises in sacred circles, disco and lost, but the flame still burns. Past and present, one and the same. Lift up the chalice and speak my name. Through the ashes and embers, he knows what's in store.
Friends are coming over tonight. Got the music playing right. Something special in the air, making sure that we prepare. The night is young, we're feeling right. Turn the music up so bright. Moving closer side by side. Let the rhythm be our guide. Dancing through the haze tonight. Through the haze tonight. Everything's feeling right. Feeling so right. Dancing through the haze tonight. Through the haze tonight. With my friends until the light. Until watch it flow. Everybody getting loose and feeling high. Heat is rising to the sky. The bass is deep, we're in the zone. No one here is all alone. Moving closer, feeling free, just the way it's meant to be. Dancing through the haze tonight. Through the haze tonight. Everything is feeling right. Feeling so right. Dancing through the haze tonight. Through the haze tonight. With my friends until the light. Until that rhythm in your soul. Let it take complete control. Higher and higher we go. This feeling we all know. Dancing through the haze tonight. Through the haze tonight. Everything is feeling right. Feeling so right. Dancing through the haze tonight. Through the haze tonight. With my friends until the light. Until
on the grinder, one sticky on my fingers, resin in my soul. Ain't in no hurry, let the good times roll. Tear the paper, fold it tight. Twist up the past, make the wrong things right. Match hit the tip, slow inhale. Took a deep pull, let the memories sail. Paving red eyes, long nights, slow rise. Thinking about the things I can't rewind. Let the smoke curl, let the time fade. One more hit for the who stray. One more hit for the ones who stray. Rolling papers and red eyes, lost in the past. Every drag takes me back too fast. Street lights fading away. Smoke in the air like ghosts wanna stay. Don't dab in here a time or two. Ain't nothing new about getting lost in the blue. 2 a.m. ain't got nowhere to be. Just me and the road, just me and this weed. Radio humming static in the night. Trying to find a song that's gonna set me right. Long drive, no destination. Smoking on wisdom, chasing revelation. They say don't look back, but I take one glance. Roll another one, leave it all to chance. Rolling paper and red eyes, long nights, slow rise. Thinking about the things I can't rewind. Let the smoke curl, let the time fade. One more hit for the ones who stray. One more hit for the ones who stray. Rolling papers and red eyes, lost in the past. Every track takes me back too fast. Moonlight, street lights fading away. Smoke in the air like ghosts wanna stay. Dog cry, been here a time or two. Ain't nothing new about getting lost in the blue. What if every breath was a second chance? What if the past only lives in a glance? What if the road don't ever run straight? What if we just here learning to wait? Rolling papers and red eyes, lost in the past. Every drag takes me back too fast. Moonlight, street lights fading away. Smoke in the air like ghosts wanna stay. You gon' drive in here a time or two. Ain't nothing new about getting lost in the blue.
pace.ca.
Tune in Fridays at 7 p.m. Eastern Time on 420radio.ca.
Stay tuned. We'll be over.
You're watching the Hi Guys podcast with Al and the other Al on the 420 Pace Project.
The opinions of the individuals during this broadcast are their own and may not be the opinions of their group or other organizations they may be involved with. All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
Hi, Guy.
Hi, Guy. Hey, we're Al squared.
No, wrong way.
So how you doing
on the
today?
wrong side, man. There we go.
Yeah, right. There we go. Yeah, it just grabs it randomly when it starts up, right?
It's usually the first one in the room.
Yeah, is it?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, that's the spot. This left side, this the side. If you have guests and multiple people on, it's always nice to be able to
I
enlarge
usually
them.
reserve my left side for my pain.
Oh. Oh yes. Oh yes. So today, what do we got on the agenda today? We've got you got your Al's top 5 list. We got some recipes. We got some news, and in the news, I got one particular story that I believe should be spread all across the world as far as when it comes to cannabis. And got some sports news as well. Sports news in there.
Cool. And I've got we're gonna start a new tech segment, although I don't have a graphic for it yet. So we've got an interesting DIY project that you can do to make your own, I guess you would call it a tea. No?
It's sort of tea, food. It's all,
Yeah. So we'll watch that as well. And we're also going to take a ride out to Niagara Falls with Sherry Ann Baker. And we're going to check out what's going on at the new cannabis culture, Niagara Falls.
All right.
Jody has opened the place out there as well. So
has she?
This is her first licensed dispensary.
So there you go. It just shows that even though you've got a past record and all that you can get into the cannabis business.
Well, from what I understand, Mark was refused years ago.
Oh yeah, that's what I had heard too.
But I don't. I think that was because of his criminal history.
Mm-hmm.
You could say. I don't think Jody has been arrested for anything, has she?
Oh, well, I'm just thinking of like when all the stores were raided years ago. That
other than that,
being part of being an owner of one of those stores, she might have, received.
Well, Chris and Aaron were running those.
Not all of them, I don't think. Not that I know.
The one in Toronto.
They were the ones that were involved in it.
Yeah, fair enough.
Right.
I know that her and Brittany are on a mission to open many legal cannabis culture outlets.
Yes.
Yeah. So
first of many then, by the sounds of it.
You know what? It's weird to see an entity that's been here through the whole process is still come out, victorious, because she's been having problems. I'm sure there were a lot of hoops that she had to drop.
Yeah. I agree. Yeah. So you know what the question of the day is?
Oh, we have a.
What are you smoking?
That question.
I
have my big bag o' bud with DC. I can't read the other one, but I've been mixing them together because I like it.
Yep.
And I've got my usual Vortex hat.
Oh yes. Well, on the Vortex end of things, that was the concentrate that I was trying out that I've had for several weeks actually.
And it's still going?
Yeah, because I've lost it.
Oh God.
I've missed.
I'm sure you'll find it in several months. Probably put it in a wall.
Yeah. It's somewhere. It'll show up. I don't know. It'll be something I'll just one of those days say, oh geez, there it is. Finally. Now I don't need to go to the store and buy something.
I lost a chunk of hash 2 years ago. I'm still looking for it.
Well, it should be well aged by the time you find it.
Does hash stay? Does it degrade?
I couldn't tell you. I guess it depends on where it was left and how it was left. If it's sitting there, if you didn't have it covered in anything, I'm sure if it's in behind a couch or a desk or something, there might be some
You would
dust
think
bunnies in it.
you would think that if you like, I usually break up a whole bunch and then I'll leave some in my tray, and that's what I'll feed from for the day. Or I'll, if I'm going out, I'll put it in my can. It does it, when you have really wet weed, it's great. It does dry it out, leaving it out.
Yes. Oh yes.
So, and it does degrade the minute that it starts sitting out. You're degrading your cannabinoids and your
You're
terpenes.
thinking about because it's getting exposure to light,
Yes.
stuff like that.
So I would think
and
that hash would do the same thing.
I was over at my friend's Mr. Squishy there recently, and he was showing me some hash that he had. That he was just taking it and just so soft and everything. And then he had another little piece of hash there. He said, I left this out, and it's friggin' hard as a rock."
Rosa just went into the kitchen, grabbed her bowl, and put it into the living room because she's hungry.
Oh.
I can hear her what she's doing.
Well, I know that Tessa, she likes to grab the cat bowls, even though they're empty, and even though they're spotless, she'll grab them and still try to get what she can off of them.
And there she goes. Rosa has always, both Rosa and Daisy learned how to do the bowl thing, copying each other.
Oh yeah.
When they were pups, and Rosa's continued doing it throughout her whole life. When she's hungry, she'll go get her bowl and she'll shove it in my face, basically.
Yeah.
And it's a game. She likes it. And we stopped the water bowl thing, though.
Water bowl thing. That would get messy if she's carrying that around, wouldn't she?
She doesn't. No, she won't. It splashes everywhere. But that stopped the time that she put the water bowl in my bed.
Oh.
It was half full.
Oh, yeah, that's not a good spot to put a water bowl.
It does silly things like that now. She's a little neurotic. Better than coming home to puke in my bed.
Yes, yeah.
Been there, done that. Woke up to poop the other day.
Yeah. Getting messages, reminders. Do this, do that. Don't forget. Alrighty. Well,
which leads me to one of the things that I want to talk about.
Alrighty, let's do it.
Is why do dogs sniff your crotch?
Because that's what they do. They do it to themselves too, right? They go to other dogs and sniff their crotches. So,
right. But I actually have an article from Reader's Digest.
Oh dear.
That gives us the explanation.
Well, let's hear it. Let's hear it. Why do dogs sniff human crotches? Is this what it's about?
There we go.
Okay. And why
do dogs sniff crotches? So an expert's going to explain. I don't know how you become an expert in dog sniffing.
Okay.
So let's go right down to the question here. Why do dogs sniff your crotch? And I'll get Al to read this because I can't.
It says dogs are curious by nature and they use their noses to gather all kinds of intel on the humans, animals, and their environment. For them, it's a way of life. This person is a veterinarian in Bonaire, Georgia. They say dogs have a phenomenal sense of smell, and that crotch sniff is just another tool they use to get to know us. But why do dogs sniff your crotch area specifically? Simply put, it's the most accessible location for a dog. There you go.
It makes sense. It makes sense. Yeah. So it's really just a happenstance.
Yeah, I guess so. Yeah. Yeah. Why couldn't they sniff your your ankle.
Well,
If
you know, Rosa.
Get closer.
Rosa doesn't. Rosa isn't really a crotch sniffer. What she does is, with me, anyways, she um, sniffs my hands and then kisses my hands, like licks my hands.
Right. Yeah.
Steven, he's really, really sensitive to the smell of cannabis. Sensitive in the way that if he smells it, he runs to it.
Oh yeah. Well, they say that with the dogs, they say they detect pheromones,
Yeah.
which are chemical signals produced by sweat glands, which are located in the groin and armpits of humans. Both areas of the body convey an abundance of information such as your age, sex, mood, and health issues. But the crotch just happens to be a lot easier for your four-legged friends to access than your armpit.
And I
So
will
the ankle won't do any good, obviously.
Yeah, I will also say that makes a lot of sense because dogs can be trained to pick up on somebody who has epilepsy that's about to have an episode because their body smell, their odor changes.
Yeah.
Right.
They say that the inner workings of the nose are quite impressive. Yeah, it's because of Jacobson's organ. It's located on the roof of the mouth with ducts that open to both the nose and the mouth, allowing for optimal sniffing abilities. So that's why dogs sniff our crotches.
There you go.
There you go. Hey, you know, if you hadn't watched the show, you would never. People would be wondering that forever.
The interesting things that I find.
Yeah. Excuse me. Yeah. Who knew? But
do you want to do another one? It's a video.
Okay, and what's this?
Also about pets.
Sure, let's do it. We're doing pets today, right now.
How cats step precisely with their back paws. So a cat went out and about, well, anywhere, anyways, will step in the same spot.
Yeah, the back legs will land where the front legs were just in.
Here's the reason.
All right, let's find out.
If I can find it. Where is it? I didn't load it. I'm sitting there and looking at it, and I didn't load it. All right, this is a video. Yeah.
All right.
I apologize. Should have hit loaded.
Happens.
Well, I had other things loaded. All right, here we go.
All right, here we go.
Did you know that cats place their hind paws exactly where their front paws stepped? But why do they do this? This unique way of walking is called direct registering. Walking in this manner ensures that their steps make no sound. Cats do this when they are hunting or when they don't want to be followed. Because the reduced number of tracks makes it harder for predators to identify them as cat paw prints, they give up on tracking the cat. Did you know that cats place their hind paws exactly?
You see? You see?
Yeah. And there's only one question I got. How does that make them quieter? I guess that because the first step will crunch the material that's there. And when the second foot comes in, it's already crunched, so it can't crunch again.
For hunting, yeah.
Yeah.
Big cats do the same thing, I would assume.
I would I would think so.
Yeah.
I know.
Not dogs though. Dogs are more stupid that way. I think I would think that a hunting canine like a wolf or a fox are canine too, aren't they?
Well, the dogs, they're mini dogs. They're like little chihuahuas or terriers.
I was just gonna say, little chihuahuas. I don't know if they do it. I've learned to look at tracks a little bit because I see them around. I want to know what's there. I know that cats, you'll just see the pad. Dogs, you'll see the claws because they don't retract. Their paws. Dogs don't retract.
Yeah, I see Tessa's claws all the time in the snow. Now I see paw prints out back in the woods. Back 40. I've never noticed whether it's just a single track like the cats, but
Probably not. I
I'll watch.
wonder if deer do the same thing.
No, there's four. With all this deep snow we've had, I can see four tracks, four marks, and then there's looks like 10 feet. Then there's the next set of four, and then there's like 10 feet and the next set of four because they're just flying through or jumping through the snow, and then they're going through the trees. I wonder, how do they not poke themselves in the eyes when they do all that?
Yeah. I need to go out this summer on a rainy day and take pictures of the tracks the bears leave in the backyard.
Mm.
And
Yeah, I guess it's quiet now. They're sleeping.
Where are we now? What are we? We're in March.
March the 4th.
First week in March. And I would say middle to the end of March, they'll start coming out.
Yeah. Well, did you know that 10 years ago, this month, it was actually the 20th, was the start of the Owen Smith court case?
10 years ago.
Yeah. March the 20th, 2015. It was the start of the
That's around when we met and started doing shows.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. All righty. You got your list?
I think so.
All right. Let's do it.
Let me look.
It's certainly high on the list.
I hope you
do. Well, a little bit premature. Today, on the list, just 1 second, please. Uno pimento, por favor.
Huh?
I know. It's not real.
Okay. Good.
Today, our list.
Hi, Scott. How you doing, buddy? Get a hold of me.
What?
Go ahead. Sorry, Scott. He just gave us a big thumbs up. So I just want to get a hold of him.
Oh, okay. So today's list is top 10 Pink Floyd songs.
All right. Excellent.
Everybody can see that? No?
No. Now we can.
Oh, hold on 1 minute. I forgot to unmute.
The grass is green.
I hope. Oh yeah. I always like the alarm clock. Bell.
Out there on your own, sitting naked by the phone, would you touch me? Mama's gonna make all of your nightmares come true. Mama's gonna put all of her fears into you. You don't need no education. Breathe in the air. Don't be afraid to care.
This is one of my favorites.
I wish you were here. We just two lost souls swimming in a fishbowl, year after year.
Oh yes.
Have become comfortably loved.
Boy, memories there, man. Memories.
I know. I would add metal to that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I got to see them live to the exhibition stadium in Toronto.
Me as
I was
well.
sitting at the second base.
At the Pig concert?
It was
or was it The Wall?
Diamonds. Diamonds.
Yeah, so that's the same one at the old exhibition.
Is that the old exhibition stadium? Yeah.
And you know, the first time I saw Pink Floyd was there as well. And
Division Bell tour.
That's the one.
Yeah.
It was the first time that they had what they called stereophonic sound in that stadium.
Oh, it was
the first time they did it.
Oh, the crickets and the frogs.
Yep. They had speakers at the top of each you know, thing. And the sound obviously was amazing. What I loved about the CNE and the forum and that is I grew up in Yorkville and we had a flatbed roof. And although we couldn't see anything, we could see the fireworks from there. We could see the planes flying around, but you could hear the concerts down at the exhibition place. Right? If the wind was carrying the right way, it would bounce off. There wasn't as many buildings back then, right?
Yeah.
So if the wind was carrying the right way, you could sit on the roof and listen to whatever concert was playing at the CNE. Right?
Yeah. The part of the memories for me on the Pink Floyd end of things too is when I was younger, we would sit in a room, in a dark room.
Yep.
Sometimes with just our headphones on, right?
No headphones, not back then.
Yeah. And just listen to the tunes. It was just wild. It was always
my buddy Leo and I would go out. Yeah. My buddy Leo and I would go out and we'd go to Sam's and we'd buy an album and we'd go back and we'd fucking get high and listen to it. You know?
Yeah.
Well, I wasn't smoking back then, but I drank beer. So for me it was beer then. Right. But yeah. And I miss that. And I like the ride that a full album, you know, when you put an album together, they're going for a ride, you know, and not in all cases, right? But in most cases, like you listen to Supertramp, Final Cut, and it's like songs, you know, every song. You listen to Cat Stevens, and you know we know all those songs. I remember Emily sitting in the back. We were driving around and Queen was on. And all of a sudden we hear Emily very out of tune singing along to Queen. That was my, a memory.
Oh, Mamma Mia, Mamma Mia.
She was like 4 or 5.
Oh, yes. Yeah.
You know, just singing in the back. You know, it's a memory like catching David mining for booger nuggets as I'm driving down the road. I look up in the mirror and he's like, so I grabbed my phone and went, Pip. I've got a picture of it forever. Anyways, music brings back memories for me.
Yeah. Oh, yes. Yeah.
Did you go to the forum a lot?
No, I went to it a little bit, but by the time the forum, for me to go there, because I moved out of the city when I was 15, right?
For us, it was probably a monthly visit down there because my mom and her boyfriend would go down and find a place on the grass and listen to BB King or whoever was there, Buddy Rich. And have a wine and cheese party while we were running around playing on the nets and stuff in the playland, right? And you know, we were very young, and we were, you know, it was an age when the kids would just go do what they do, and the parents would go do what they do, and then at the end of the day they would go out for dinner together. That's what we did.
Meet up, yeah. Things have changed. No doubt about that. All righty. Well, that was a good list. I enjoyed that. Listening to those tunes. It almost sounded like an album.
Well, you know, I figured it would be safe because you can play portions, and I'm sure that it'll be fine.
Oh yeah,
If not, well, we'll try again next week.
Right, right. Well, hey, we're still airing it, everything, so that's good. So, all right. Well, it's time for us to move on. Gonna run a little promo first, and then we're gonna jump into the recipes. Here we go. Rerolled Saturdays. Check it out. Nothing but non-stop cannabis and psychedelic programming. Find it at 420pace.ca.
Cha-cha-cha.
Cha-cha-cha, yeah. I cut off the .ca. Okay. Recipes. What I've got today, they say, are the best weed infused recipes for cannabis infused dinner parties.
Have you sat down to a full meal of cannabis dinners?
Yeah, one I made myself.
I sat and had one of Rena's
Mhm.
dinners that she made at one of the what's the event that she does? I can't remember the name of it. It's been a while. But yeah, to sit down and have a whole infused dinner is so much different than just having a snack, a snack that's been infused.
Yeah. I went to one dinner where the person offered us a spray of infused oil to spritz on.
That they just spray on it. Yeah.
Right.
A lot of in the beginning of the whole cannabis edibles thing, in the illegal market, a lot the game was spraying pretzels and things like
Right.
that with something like that. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Well, I'll bring this back in here and we'll go from here. Here we go. 10 best weed infused recipes. Let's see what they've got. It looks like some lasagna right there in that picture. Appetizers, cannabis hummus, cannabis deviled eggs, cannabis stuffed mushrooms.
Oh God, that would be good.
Soups, cannabis tomato soup, cannabis butternut squash soup, lentil soup. Now we're gonna get into salads. Ooh, cannabis Caesar salad. They say it's one of the best infused salads.
Are they using an oil to infuse them? Is that what they're
Cannabis
doing?
oil, correct?
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, I would say like an olive oil or coconut
Yeah,
oil
yeah,
be
yeah.
infused. Yeah. Greek salad.
You could use an oil or infuse your cheese.
Yeah, cannabis infused caprese salad. Drizzle with cannabis oil and balsamic glaze.
Okay, Snoop.
Yeah. Main course is cannabis lasagna. They say it's one of the best infused recipes.
Does it say how it's infused? Is it infused in the sauce, or I'd assume so.
They say layer lasagna noodles, meat sauce, cheese, and cannabis oil in a baking dish.
Okay.
But I understand where you're coming from with the sauce, though.
Wouldn't
That's what I
that
would have
cook
thought.
off though?
Pardon me?
I would think that in that method would cook off.
Yeah. Cannabis beef stroganoff.
I've made that. That's what I was eating when you came into the studio. not cannabis though, but beef
No, but
stroganoff.
yeah. Cannabis oil again, once again. Chicken Alfredo. All right.
I would do that as well.
Just quickly reading through here. Yeah, cannabis oil again. Side dishes: cannabis garlic mashed potatoes.
Oh yes, in a second, please.
Oh
thank you.
yes. Cannabis roasted vegetables.
Okay.
Carrots, broccoli, cauliflower.
I've done the mac and cheese, which is next on the list.
Yeah, the mac and cheese. There we go.
I've made cannabis craft dinner.
Well, that's mac and cheese.
With I just took a nice chunk of cannabis butter,
Mm-hmm.
and use that instead of
Real
regular
butter.
butter.
Yeah, just substitute it, right?
But you could also make a sauce using milk that you've infused.
Infused. Yeah. Yeah. That'd be part of
Cannabis
the
will infuse with milk products, with dairy products,
Mhm.
because of the was it the acid or the oil?
Yeah. No.
Something.
It says here to serve it hot with fresh salad. Of course, you're going to use that with a nice fresh cannabis infused salad.
You could,
Yeah.
yes, if
Right.
you have salad. I'm not really a rabbit.
I saw
I
a
don't.
rabbit. I saw
I
the
like.
rabbit this morning. I saw him this
I
morning.
like cooked vegetables. I don't like raw vegetables.
Oh, okay.
I'm not a salad eater. I don't. I the crunch of lettuce just grosses me out.
Okay. All right. And then
Desserts.
desserts, cannabis chocolate truffles, cannabis apple pie.
Oh.
Cannabis brownies.
Well, that's an old one.
Yeah, I know. Now we're moving on to the drinks, the beverages. Cannabis sangria,
Sangria.
sangria, and margaritas.
Margaritas. Yep.
They're using cannabis oil yet again in
Yeah.
this.
Hot chocolate. I do all the time.
Yeah, hot chocolate. And they say, conclusion, a cannabis infused dinner party can be fun and unique experience for you and your guests.
Now, a dinner party would be every portion
Correct.
of whatever you have has some kind of cannabis in it,
Correct.
as opposed to just grabbing a cookie and mowing it down.
Hi,
Though I
Sherry
love
Ann.
my cannabis cookies.
Oh, yes. Yeah. Sherry Ann's giving us a thumbs up. Now I'm going to put the recipes in the chat.
Yeah, man.
If anybody's interested in them and taking the boo at them. But yeah, basically you do a lot of substitution. Take out the regular butter, put it in, infused butter. And
Yes, and you also have one of them chocolate machines.
Oh, the fountain. Yeah, it's chocolate
Yeah.
fountains. Yeah. Yeah. What we would do there was just take the chocolate and the butter and melt them together, and chocolate got thin enough with the butter in it that it just flowed through the fountain, and you just grab your
Whatever.
your fruit or whatever you
finger.
want to dip in it. Yeah, your fingers. But yeah, the fountain was always good and enjoyable to have. There's no doubt about that. And check out
You
those
don't have it anymore?
No, it wasn't mine. It was Deb's.
Oh.
Yeah, it was 420 Deb's. It's just that we used it so much. It had so many grow-up games going on that people were just constantly eating from the thing. Sometimes she set it up just in the house just for something to do. But unfortunately, now the chocolate store in the town is now closed. And it's not so easy to get chocolate anymore. Not that stuff, anyways.
I remember my mom baked a lot, and she would buy chunks of raw chocolate.
Oh yeah.
Unsweetened. Baking chocolate. And she would get because it was so expensive, she would get so angry with me that I'd get into it.
Nah. The chocolate factory, it unfortunately closed up. The store closed up, and the chocolate factory left
That was
town.
in Campbellford, wasn't it?
Right.
Yeah.
Now, years ago, the factory left years ago, but the store remained. But now the store is closed. But in the meantime, a chocolate company did come in and go back, back into the factory, and that's what they do. Is they do raw chocolate. They don't make the bars and the almonds and the.
Did they make the chocolate for Hershey's and stuff?
Yeah, they just make the plain base chocolate, and it goes out and it goes to all those different companies, and they do whatever they want to do with it. So they create the base.
So it would have gone to Tweed.
Yeah. So now we have to buy chocolate from somewhere. Now I just happen to have 4 pounds of the milk chocolate bars that Gail grabbed for me before the store closed. And we've noticed that one of the grocery stores in town has got their chocolate.
I would think that store, the grocery store there, I can't remember the name of it. Sharps. Thank you. I could never remember the name of it. Would carry something like that, because that's a fucking grocery store.
Yeah. Well,
I miss that grocery store.
They have the chocolate from World's Finest Chocolate that was at the store, but I don't know whether they've just gone out and bought the stock and are now selling it, or whether they've been able to make some connection with the WFC in Chicago, because that's where they went, and whether that they're getting stuff shipped up, I haven't got a clue. But I know that
it costs more.
Chocolate caramel bars. Yeah.
50% more on that chocolate, buddy.
Yeah, that's right. They're going to be paying for it too. So, all right, for recipes.
To our government. No, sorry.
Here we go. On to the next part of the broadcast.
Oh, really? I thought you said you didn't have one.
I just said I'd have an update. That's all. I didn't buy any new products. No. But my pen is still going. The pen I talked about, see it in there, and I've been consuming it more often because of where I've been more often. That's inside. But yeah, it's doing okay. It's doing pretty good. And that was what, 1964? Comatose is what that was. And
cool beans.
73% THC and 1.7 on the CBD end of things. So there you go. It's still going. I don't know. Maybe one of these days I should just consume vape cartridges to see how long it actually lasts. What do you think?
My Shatterizer, as I've mentioned many times, I put about a pea. I roll up about a pea of shatter size. I don't pee in my Shatterizer. I roll up a pea-sized piece of shatter. and that, the day anyways, depending on how much I use it, but it lasts a long time. You can fill up an S pod on your Shatterizer with oil, and it'll last you like week. Or more.
Really? So you fill up the inside there. You fill that right up.
No, I put when I'm just a shatter, I just use the size of a pea.
Pea, right?
And put it in there, and and then I'll go out the day anyways. I do that when I'm, if I got to go up to Thunder Bay or something like that. I'm not going to pull over.
Right. Well, the thing too is if you're going to stop quickly, to have a hit off your Shatterizer versus smoking a joint is.
Well, and I can pull over at what we've got a lot of those pullovers because Northern Ontario is pretty scenic. So sometimes, and some of them have porta potties.
Yeah.
So I'll pull over and I'll get out of the car and I'll have a couple of puffs, and then I'll maybe take a picture or two, wait 5 or 10 minutes just so I can say I didn't just smoke something.
Right.
And then I'll go on my way. But I don't smoke and drive because there's been one or two incidences when I passed out.
Oh, fuck.
And
No,
Kelly
no,
has
we're
had,
doing that.
thank God
Right.
somebody was with me. Kelly actually had to grab the wheel in one instance, doing 140 down the 401.
Oh, what are you doing napping at that speed?
Well, you know, that's why I don't smoke and drive.
Yeah.
That was many years ago.
Many years ago.
Many,
right?
many years ago. Yeah. No, you know,
When we
and
were
but
younger.
I think
Hey,
we talked about
so you know,
recently, we've
we got a
talked
message.
about the driving and cannabis stuffs.
What's
that
up? Just so you know, grinding to retire wants to know what's up.
you know, getting stoned and talking about stuff, and you.
I don't know. We'll find out shortly. I'm sure Grinder will get back to us. He's grinding to retire, so you know maybe he's just as old as us, or she.
Stick that in your grinder, buddy.
Yeah, maybe they're just as old. How are we doing? We're doing pretty good. Not too bad. You know, it's still
What's
morning.
going on, man?
He says that they say that I'm off plants on lives every so often. I show off plants on lives. Oh, cool. But definitely am grinding to retire. Yeah. Yes. I think we all are. We all like to retire and getting there pretty close. But you show off your plants every so often in lives. Where do you do that?
He means like this.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah. We'll find out.
Have you, speaking of retiring, have you looked at your package yet?
The one that I got a few years ago?
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm
I
still
haven't.
scared by it.
I'm afraid to look. I don't even want to open it, buddy. If I don't open it, it won't happen. How's that?
Yeah. Grinder
Well,
wants
I'll
to
be
know.
following your lead. Let's talk about that as we go through the process together, Al. And what I'm talking about is the CPP and the old age pension. stuff.
Yay. Yeah. Grinder wants to know if he can if they can join us. You guys have a link I can jump on? I don't know if how we could do that right now.
No, we can't do that right now.
Sorry, Grinder.
Maybe next time.
We can pass along some comments though.
Yeah, man.
All right. No problem. Okay. From product reviews, let's head to news as we've got some. There you go.
You know, every time I hear the word news now, I get scared, Al. And I'm a news junkie, as you know.
Yeah. Well, I've got some good news. News that you shouldn't be scared of. Okay. And this is something that I believe that should expand. Okay. And that is in California. Okay. Their state fair adds cannabis competition categories for blunts, hash, and chocolates.
Ooh.
Yeah.
They've had cannabis stuff at the state fair for a while now.
4 years now or something, I think is what the article says. Yeah.
Yeah.
But they've added to it by adding blunts, hash, and chocolates.
That's
Before it was
awesome.
just looking at the buds, right?
That's California for you.
Yeah. This happens July the 11th to the 27th. You're able to purchase and consume products on site. They say in a press release, they have new awards to better recognize markets products diversity, adding categories for blunts, hash, and cannabis infused chocolates. You got to have the competition started this week. Get your stuff in as of March the 1st. And you know their CEO is right. He says the fair has been around for 170 years. Wow. Celebrating the best things when it comes to the state's agricultural experience.
And it is a huge agriculture there.
Yeah, and cannabis is a plant which is part of the agriculture.
Like in Canada now. I mean, the whole country's big on that agriculture, although it's very stringent. I'm curious to know where grinding is from.
Oh, I don't know. Let's see what Grinder says. It says I just found you guys. No biggie though. I'm listening. Cool. Thank you for tuning in and listening. Have we heard about NYS?
No,
No.
never heard of it. No,
I heard NYC would be New York City, but not New
New York
NYS.
State.
New York State.
NYS would be New York State.
Maybe Grinder will tell us what country. Where's where Gordo is? Gordo
New
usually
York
stops in too. Gordo's from he's from New York
I have
State.
lots of family in New York and Madison and in New Jersey.
Yeah, I drove across the state on the interstate. They're the one that you had to pay the toll.
95.
Yeah, it was less than going from one spot in on the 407 from one on ramp to the next on ramp.
I know, man. It cost me almost $80 to go to your place from Hamilton on the 407.
Yeah, ridiculous, man, ridiculous. Just so you know, Grinder says that they have reached the approval of licensing for micro businesses. Good stuff. Good stuff.
Awesome.
Because that's what I believe we're finding here in Canada. The micro businesses are enjoyed more than the big
as we call them up here, craft cannabis businesses.
Right. 3,500 square feet, he says, or they say, because we don't know Grinder's a male or a female. Grow as much as you can in the warehouse. Yeah,
Nice.
I think ours are more about 2,500, and they do have a limit on the amount that they can grow when it comes to that.
Really?
Yeah.
LPs?
As far as the micros.
Oh, the micros. Yeah.
Yeah. Because to be micro, you gotta be small, right? And if you get to the point where you have that's another license if they want to.
When we started talking about licenses and things were starting to happen, the micro growers were I forgot what I was going to say now, but there were a lot of micro growers that were having a hard time starting up because of the small business.
Right. Grinder, the $5,500 total there, is that what it calls for licensing? You cut licensing fees?
Oh, you're looking at $1 million easy.
Yeah,
Sure.
I'm going like, wow, what else? I'm looking at his message, at their messages and trying to figure out.
Yeah, I see that.
Yeah. So, no.
Anyway.
And I know that they in New York State, there was a big problem with trying to get things started and get going. It got to the point where they are having the licensed producers have their own farmers market for cannabis.
Yeah, that's what we need here. We need our own farmers market here, but we're not allowed.
Yeah. They say that micros 1,000 square foot outside, 3,500 square feet inside.
Wow.
Yeah. All right. 10,000 square foot outside. I'm sorry.
They have a micro license, and a micro license here in Canada would basically be a MMAR patient could use that as a micro, I believe. No.
Right. They are. I was just reading their comment, and they say that it's $1,000 for an application, and then $4,500 for the license if approved.
Jesus.
Gee, that's
like literally it cost $1 million to do anything here.
That's really low. Holy.
Let's move down to New York City.
New York State. Yeah. That's for sure. Yeah. Wow. That much. Yeah. And just no wonder this, so many people might want to get into that if that's all it's costing for approvals, license approvals, $5,500.
But we have a version of that here, right?
The micro.
We have micro grows here. Yeah.
Yeah.
Which is like I said, it's like basically one step up from a medical grower. You know,
Yeah, for some of them, for sure. Yeah, because
yeah.
some of the licenses were pretty big.
And some, and I know that
yeah.
some are very small because I know
Yeah.
some of these micro growers, and they're actually like it's in their basement kind of thing, you know.
Now you guys know what I'm grinding to retire for. That's right. But the downfall, you need the facility and land already for approval.
Yes.
Now I know here in Canada now it was changed around. Before you used to get your license and then they built the building. Now the micro growers got to put all that money into the facility, get all that built
Before
the
they
land,
even know. Yeah.
before they even know if they get the license or not.
Well,
and that's what Grinder is saying is already for approval.
Yes.
That's exactly the same thing.
So
People
don't go
putting
out,
all
don't
that
go
in.
out and buy a piece of land. Don't go out and buy a piece of land that you don't know anything about.
Yeah, exactly. Because you never know. It could be some other reason that you're not allowed to pass. Yeah, well, they could. He says, they say that people that kind of have it in the bag are small farmers. They've already got the land.
Yeah.
They can get the land to grow outside. They got 10,000.
I watched about farmers who were struggling, who went to hemp, and pulled lives right out of the gutter, which, you know, cannabis as a whole is the most diverse plant on. You can eat it with it.
Spread worldwide. Like why couldn't we have cannabis involved in local fairs and things like that? You know, we have local brewery fairs.
You've been going to events like Debbie Stilth Giffen with Mom. You've been going to events for years and years that were non-cannabis events to promote cannabis. I mean, many years ago now.
And yeah, free cannabis, big letters on the sign in reflective vinyl, and in small print it said it was Canada Days, and now they've switched the name, like Camel for Lifestyle Shop, and it is it has bongs,
AKA the bong store, the bongs and bong store.
Exactly. Grinder says that detail-wise, land has to be zoned agricultural and farming purposes, and that they say that they are working towards that route. Found 20 acres, working on my own strains and genetics, and slowly getting there. Good. Congratulations. That's what it takes. You gotta, you know, especially if you're doing it on your own, and you know, as a single entity, it can be costly to get started. So, all righty. From there, what do you say? Time for some sports.
All right.
All right. Sports. That's right. Okay, here we go. Sports-wise, I reported a couple of weeks ago about the runner, I believe it was runner, got busted for cannabis consumption at a race. Clarissa Shields, and she says that she's never used cannabis.
So do they know how it's gotten into her system?
Well, that's what the headline says. Did secondhand smoke cause her failed drug test? Let's see. What does it say? She's tested positive, but she's never used it, she says. The drug test results have not been publicly released, she says, but Shields has said a saliva test detected trace amounts of cannabis, which is prohibited. She has a record of 16-0. She's gonna be fighting it.
How recent was this?
Well, this on March 6th, so that's in 2 days. She's gonna have a pre-hearing.
Okay, that's
Yeah.
that's why the article, because her hearing's coming up. Okay,
Correct. Yeah. She's in a 90-day suspension right now. So she didn't smoke it, she says.
so she's what does she compete in now?
Boxing. She's boxing.
Well, she's going to
Right.
go through, although she's in the States, correct?
Yes.
So she's going to go through the same thing that Ross Regabludi, was it Regabludi? I can't remember his last name.
It's hard to pronounce his name, correct?
Yeah, but Ross is a Canadian snowboarder who won the gold and then got it taken away because he's a cannabis consumer.
Uh-huh.
And now he owns his own cannabis company. But down the road, after appealing it, they have reinstated his gold back to him. Yeah. So it'll be the same kind of process, just not Olympics, I would think.
Oh, yeah. Now, according to somebody, I'm just trying to find out who the name is.
According to somebody,
their last name is Shields. I'm just trying to see what the first name is, but the last name is Shields, anyways. They said that. Okay, Shields was the lady. Okay, Hicks. This is this person who's another boxer, speculated that cannabis smoke inside the Dort Financial Center in Flint triggered the positive test, is what it says. And they say that, oh man, it was everywhere. I'm not exaggerating. I was getting dressed to take pictures with my family. It was like a big cloud of weed. When you go into the bathroom, it was just a big cloud of smoke that hits you. You smell nothing but cannabis.
I know somebody who failed their blood test because of being around cannabis.
Another person that says the hallway smelled terrible. And the manager of the center has declined comment.
What was going on that they were smoking pot?
Pardon me?
What was going on there that there was pot? Was it a concert?
It doesn't say. It doesn't say. Yeah. That doesn't say. Not that I'm seeing here, anyways. Other than maybe their event, but I can't see them hotboxing.
So there was pot at a Coliseum or whatever, at an event place. Somebody was smoking a joint in the bathroom or something, or they were watching a concert and they had a light up, and she's failed her test.
Yeah. Yep. That's what it sounds like. I mean, when you listen to what those people are saying, I'm sure some of them know her and some of them are involved with her or whatever, but yeah, they say secondhand smoke. So it'll be interesting. And there will be follow-ups to this because obviously there's the hearings and all that's going to happen. So we'll see what happens.
Yeah, you'll have to keep an eye on that one.
Yeah, exactly. Grinder, we'll get your question here, bud, as soon as we get done the sports. Now, in more sports end of things, some news from Toronto that you may not know, and I didn't know until I checked this morning. And Serena Williams is joining the WNBA expansion team, the Toronto Tempo, as a part owner.
Oh, cool.
Serena Williams, everybody know, big tennis legend, right?
She is. Her sister, yeah.
Yeah. They're coming to Toronto as part owners.
So we're going to start seeing a WNBA at the Scotia.
Yeah, in Toronto, correct. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
We call it the Scotia. Used to be the Air Canada Center,
Sky Dome,
aka new. What's that?
Sky Dome is what I call it.
Sky Dome.
Well, I guess the sky. I guess yeah. Hang on. I guess it depends on what your building you're talking about. I guess where the Leafs are playing, yeah, Air Canada Center. Scotia.
The Leafs and Raptors play at the Air Canada Center, which is now the Scotiabank Center.
Is it? Okay.
Yeah. Or the Scotia.
Now, the guy who owns 25% of the Maple Leafs sports and entertainment, as we're just talking about, also is involved with the Raptors, the Argos, football, the soccer team, and now he is also he's also owner of this women's basketball.
Is there a name for this WNBA team?
Yeah, Tempos, Toronto Tempo.
Toronto Tempo.
Yeah. Toronto Tempo, right there in the headline. So watch for that. Watch for that end of things. And let's see what else. Oh, one last thing.
Into basketball, that is.
That's right. And I've got some hockey news as well. But this is when it comes to the ladies, this is the women's and the Professional Women's Hockey League attendance scoring up this season with expansion plans on horizon. This was a league that started last year. It had basically a shortened season.
Is this in the U.S. or here?
It's here in Canada and the U.S.
Okay, so it's like it's the women's NHL.
Correct.
That's cool. That's cool.
Yeah, and so they're looking at expanding, and they said that they've gone from 14 months in. Basically, they're expanding. Everything is up. The league attendance is up. The average is 7,400 fans per game, which is up from 5,500 from last year. So they're up 50%, right?
Well, that's worked in the football arena, right?
Yeah, they're in smaller. Yeah, they are in smaller venues.
Yeah, they're probably. I would think at the Sky Dome as well. Or
well,
not at the Scotiabank.
No, they're the Toronto team. That's the Scepters.
Yes.
They've moved from the 2,500 seat Manta Athletic Center to the Coca-Cola Coliseum.
Okay, that's down at the exhibition.
That's what I was wondering.
Yeah, that's where our soccer team plays as well, and the Argos play down there.
BMO down that way. I think that one time the Toronto's farm team, the hockey team, the Toronto Marlies played out of that arena. Rico names. Let's see what else. The goals are up. They've averaging 5.2 goals per game versus 4.8. And what else? What else is up here? I think that's about it offhand. So it's good to see that the league's only 14 months old. They're looking at expanding to two more teams. Awesome. So one or two more teams. So see what happens there. So that's good news for them.
I remember when the big new guy in town was the Blizzard. Remember the Blizzard?
Yeah, that was
and they played at the varsity arena there at University of Toronto.
Yeah.
Right. That was a long time ago.
Yeah, but still is a Toronto team.
Blizzard's still around, yes, of course.
Yeah. All right, we got a question from Grinder. Grinder asks, so what are some of your guys' favorite strains?
I like Death Baba, and I like Northern Lights.
There's a few. I like the Pineapple Express,
Mm-hmm.
but none of those strains will grow here, as I've found.
Ah. You don't have any Pineapple Express territory in your neck of the woods, do you?
No, it didn't do so well.
No,
I didn't even get maybe an ounce.
Yeah.
Yeah, it is definitely not a Northern Ontario strain.
Now, Grinder, as far as my end of things, I've been growing one particular strain for 15 years, and it's called Grape Escape. It's won some awards in the past at Treating Yourself Expo. I wasn't the grower at the time, the breeder was, but it was good to see that it was a strain that won. It said 15 years, still lots of trichomes on it, still get good weight off the plants, dried weight.
You don't grow just one strain, though.
No. This past year I grew 4 strains. But they 3 of them were new strains to me, so I can't really say that they were my favorite strains.
Yeah.
So, and another strain that I don't have anymore, and that was called Humber Valley Kush.
That's a legacy strain, isn't it?
Yeah, I grew it for about 12 years, 10 or 12 years. And then I lost it. And I'll tell you, when it went into bloom, people like to see things change into color. This particular plant just went dark purple, is what it did. And, it didn't yield as high as the Grape Escape. But I'll tell you, I was in a circle of 14 people. We were heading to the Supreme Court of Canada for the Owen Smith case. And we got out of the bus. And like I said, 14 of us were in the circle. And only somebody asked someone said, whose is this and what is it? And it was mine. It was only asked once from all those joints passing around. So I was happy for I got blueberry. I've been working
blueberry.
about 3 ounces quantity is amazing, but lacking vigorous growth. Yeah.
I have
Strawberry
blueberry
OG
seeds, but
cookies.
unfortunately, they keep going to seed on me. So I don't use it. Yeah.
Strawberry cookies. Amazing growth and at the same time really frosty, but no taste. Really, and from what I've been talking to people over the years, people who do competitions and stuff like that, taste is so important.
And smell.
Yeah, and smell. It's not everybody wants buckleys.
You gotta have some flavonoids and terpenes in there.
Yeah. And when we've done tests, like when we're doing the TY Cup, we're doing the seed companies we're all in a room, and people say, well, I'm tied, my number's tied, so which one actually wins? And I said, well, what's your favorite thing about a plant? Is it the fact? Is it the flavor? Is it its looks? So on and so forth. And majority of the people said flavor, and that's what they end up choosing. And Grinder agrees. Grinder says exactly. So what got on the micro business wave? I don't know. I'm not. We're not on the micro business wave, but he stopped by. They stopped by a dispensary. All righty. Gone from the news, sports news. You know what's next?
What?
Entertainment and events. Okay, yeah.
What you got? What you got? I got.
What do we got? We got some events going on, and I'm gonna bring the calendar up right here, right now. And according to the Cannabis Market Space, March the 6th, in 2 days, Radical Femmes 2025. On the 7th, a Cannabis Summit. And then on the 12th, Mary Jane in Paint, Toronto.
I've been seeing stuff about that this couple weeks.
Have you? Here, I think I can just open that right up right here, and everybody will see that. Right? Yeah. Okay. Everybody can see that. Mary Jane Paint, Toronto. Look at the eyes. Ooh. Hey, you know what's wrong with them?
What? They're not high.
Yeah, exactly. They're not
no
bloodshot.
red marks.
Okay, Wednesday, March the 11th, event details, Warehouse Studio in York. Let's see, 2 hours instructed art session, live beat box flow session, grub by High Society, Super Club, goodies by Baked Edibles Bakery. You got snacks and water, a 30-minute clone planting seminar, I'm going to say. And you get to take your new baby clone home. There you go. Doors open at 7:30. Sesh starts at 8. Permanently shut at 8 o'clock.
It's just basically a big puff and paint.
It's a, yeah. There you go. Mary Jane's Paint, Toronto. Find out more. Go to cannabismarketspace.com and you can see what's going on there. Okay. Well, what else is happening? Let's see if I get back. Mary Jane International Cannabis Business Conference. That's going on in Barcelona. And then Mary Jane Paint in Hamilton.
Mm-hmm. We used to have a puff and paint at Gunjanistas in Hamilton.
Yeah.
Open, yeah.
There we go. Hamilton, 2-hour instructed art class grub from High Society. Treats by Jill, Princesses and Flowers and more. There you go. Doors open at 6:30. Hamilton Vape. There you go.
There you go. We were talking about Tony the other day.
Yeah. Okay, more details. Cloning at 9:30. Puffs by Bud Buggy. Yeah. There you go.
Cool.
Doors open at 7:30. Sesh starts at 8. Permanently shut at 8 p.m. Yeah, it's been a while since we've talked to Anthony, isn't it? Okay, there we go. Puff and Paint in Hamilton. And as I mentioned, the Radical Femmes, I'll just bring up their information as well, being that's in 2 days' time. Radical Femmes, that's March the 6th from 10 till 2. And there you go. Location, Salona, Toronto, 314 Queen Street West. Agenda highlights retail revolution, women and weed, crafting in the future, and lunch and networking. Gotta be 19 to attend. There you go. Limited sponsorship available. So, different events on the go. That you can
Awesome.
go to.
Do we want to see what Mary Jane or Sherry Ann did?
Yeah, let's check out when it comes to events. Just check out where Sherry Ann has been.
Sherry Ann went, and Mary Jane and Timmy were there as well. To, as you'll see on the video, the grand opening of cannabis culture's first dispensary in Hamilton.
Legal dispensary.
Legal dispensary, yeah, with Jody involved in Niagara Falls, Ontario.
There's MJ. Matt was there too, huh?
Yeah. Are we ready?
We are.
Cannabis culture on Thorold Stone Road. Are we ready?
Yes. 2, 1. Congratulations.
got a crowd. We got unicorns. We got Lily. We got Lee. We need more Santa Claus on the inside. Yeah. Woo-hoo. I think we were in Canada with this chilliness.
Those scissors aren't nearly big enough.
Hey, Clyde. And just before I cut this ribbon, I want to tell you, so a few of us grew up hanging out here with this Tower Plumbing unit, and we used to drive the dune buggy in the back with Mark Cole's family, and I lived up the street not too far away, and ironically, we're on Stone Road, and you guys are doing this cannabis culture, and I think what a great location. You got great partners, great city, great location. And if you're going to do something like this, I can't think of anywhere better than the #1 leisure destination in Canada, who gets upwards of 14 million people a year, and all the great residents of Niagara Falls will appreciate having a professional view on a natural product. We wish you all the best, and now we're going to make this official. Are we ready?
We are.
3. Now wait a minute, everybody.
3, 2, 1. Congratulations! So nice. Exciting. Sweet tooth bonding. Super awesome.
A little different than the last time. We were bringing focus and tanks. That's all you got on.
There you go. The at the beginning, early on in the video, there was looked like there was a cover on the magazine with Jody on it.
Yeah, and that was Jody walking towards
Correct.
Sherry Ann as well.
Yeah. If it's the right one, I think it's. I may have an article in that cover in that magazine.
Cool.
Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah, it was good to see. Good to see that Jody's been able to open the store. Something that she's been working for a long time, and good to see the community people who were there giving her a hand.
Well, she tried opening something in Kensington, but it didn't work out so well. So it's nice to see this will, Niagara Falls. Wow.
Yeah. Yeah. Let's see. We got here from Grinder. Says that asked if I could reproduce the exact returns on a larger scale. Okay. Oh, I see. I dropped off some sales of what I did. In his report, he was more stoned than anything. He had shown up with his shop that he had samples, and then asked if I think I could produce the exact returns on a larger scale. And that's when he mentioned the micro business and asked why I'm not selling it at his shop. Oh. He says that one day, if you guys use something like a StreamYard, I'll show you some of my plants. Nothing fancy, just all organic run and taking advice from buddies that are in the industry already. We should arrange that, buddy. Maybe arrange for you to come on for a short visit, and we go from there. But yeah, all organic, small grow. I know exactly what you mean. It's exactly what I'm doing as well.
Do we want to move on and do this little thing that I found?
Sure. Yes, this is probably a good time. If it's what I'm thinking it is, it'd probably be a real good time to talk about that. Yeah.
Just
being that we're talking about growing organically.
So a couple of weeks ago, I found I like to watch reels and stuff like this. So I found this, and what it is well, you'll see what it is. You be the judge on whether or not you want to do something like this. I think it's really cool. I showed it to Al. We decided to air it. Here you go.
Keeping fish in a mineral water bottle can really be addictive. Today, I used a large mineral water bottle again. I converted it into a one-click water change system. It's now an ecological fish tank with one-click waste discharge. Don't throw away the dirty water that comes out. Pour it on the flowers. This is natural fertilizer. This time, I have set everything up for you. A 9-liter mineral water bottle, a base, a water pipe with a faucet, and a set of brackets. Among them, the top of the mineral water bottle has already been cut for you. Installation is very convenient. First, assemble the brackets. Then attach the tray. Next, place the mineral water bottle upside down inside. Then, screw in the faucet with the switch. Next, install the drain pipe as well. Pour volcanic rock at the bottom to cultivate nitrifying bacteria. Then place a water plant. Create some aquascaping inside. Also, place a few water plants on the surface to purify the water. Then add some little fish that you like.
There you go.
Keeping fish in a mineral water bottle
Let's
can
watch
really be
that
addictive.
again, shall we?
But yeah, aquaponics.
Which they've been doing for a long time. You know, just an off topics thing. My mom's friends owned the first hydroponic store in Toronto. It was right across the street from the Summerhill liquor store. You know where I'm talking about, Al. In Toronto, in Rosedale. And you could go in and buy whatever you needed to do your hydroponic stuff. And this was in the late 70s, early 80s. Unfortunately, the store was closed shortly after opening.
Oh, that's not good. Yeah,
That's what happens
aquaponics.
when you grow weed in the 70s.
Yeah. I know at one time there was an LP that was growing with aquaponics
in Peterborough, I believe, or was it Bancroft or something? Somewhere around there.
somewhere, and then
They got licensed to have a controlled grow visible in the store, correct?
well, Peterborough Hydroponics they have a grow in the store, correct?
Yeah,
they have a license and they have their grow in the store. They can't sell any cannabis or anything like that, but yeah, they do have a grow in the store.
Which is surprising because an LP is allowed to have a on-site store. So why wouldn't they allow that?
Well, I know in the Peterborough case, they don't sell anything. There's no license to sell, and it's it's a pin scroll.
In a store.
It's a hydroponic store. It's not even
a hydro store. So okay,
yeah.
I remember the story. They had to put security and glass up, and so
yeah. I was there a couple weeks ago, and they had some plants over there.
Cool.
Yeah.
I remember going into stores before we became legal here in Canada, and they had pot plants. So yeah.
Yeah. Okay, what else? I got Grinder says that one of my good friends is the head soil guy at KISS Organics, and he keeps them informed of what he's doing, and he listens to his suggestions. That's right. That's all you can do is learn from others. I know when I first started growing that's what I did is some people would suggest do this, do that. And in the end, what I did is I just took what I found would work for my situation where I was.
And that's what I do. I mean, we talk about it here. Al and I talk about it, and then I talk about it with my guys on the 420 radio show as well. And learning is this is my classroom.
Yeah, exactly. Yep. All righty. Anything else? Events, entertainment, nothing? No. Okay. Well,
I think we got it all.
I think we got it all. I think that we are at the end of the broadcast. We got the hour and a half in.
Time for lunch.
Time for lunch. That's right. Probably time for a dog walk too.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's what I'll be doing. I know that.
I wish I could.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can't. There's 3 feet of snow in my backyard still.
The Grinder says that right now I'm running a strawberry OG cookies, a Devort haze, and a couple of blueberries.
Nice.
Yeah. I think the fruity flavored strains are probably the popular ones.
Cool.
Yeah, for sure. All right. So nothing else. All right. Well, all I can say is thanks for joining us, Grinder, and everybody else who's tuned into the broadcast. It looks like we're done. You want to say goodbye?
Bye.
All right, we're saying goodbye, folks. Don't forget, same time, same place next week, Tuesdays, 10 a.m. Come for the Wake and Bake. Just shoot some shit and, get involved in the conversation. Send us messages and we'll share them. Other than that, we'll talk to you later. Bye-bye.
Bye.
You're watching the 420 Pace, found at 420pace.ca. Rerolled Saturdays. Check it out. Nothing but non-stop cannabis and psychedelic programming. Find it at 420pace.ca.
You're watching the 420 Pace Reroll Saturday.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The opinions, and they may not be the same as those of their group or other organizations they may be involved with.
All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
Yeah, you feel that? Welcome to the session. Let's vibe. Roll one up, let's take flight. Bass hits deep, ride the night. Smoking sound, it's paradise. High vibes only feeling right. High vibes, let it flow. Deep bass, watch it glow. Dub hits, rock and roll. Ride it up and take it slow. Moonlight beams through the haze, blunt burn slow, lost in space, no stress here, just let go. Dr. High sets the show. Yeah, we vibing, we riding. Welcome to the High Vibe Session.
Hey, Can Fam. It's time for another episode of High Vibes with Dr. High. How y'all doing tonight? I hope you're doing great. We got a lot of new music coming out tonight, 6 songs coming at you. I'm hoping you're going to enjoy them. A lot of EDM, trance music coming tonight, and some interesting things. The first song I'm going to get into with you is called The Medicine Box. It's actually called The Medicine Box. And this song is kind of a tribute to my new employer. I'm really loving working there. I'm hoping to be there for the next 8 or 10 years, as long as I'm going to continue working. Really loving it, loving the people, love the product, love the environment, love the energy. So great. So I have put this song together for them. I hope you enjoy it. It's called The Medicine Box. It's a reggae trance fusion, and it's pretty cool. Let's go.
Not every dispensary feels like this. This ain't corporate cannabis. This is the Medicine Box. Indigenous owned, community driven, and stocked with fire.
Welcome to the Med Box, where the vibes is lit. 3 rows roll tight and the flowers legit. You walk through the door and the energy's right. Big smiles, big jaws, big terpene delight. Clones in the corner, clean glass on display. Knowledge at the counter, no script, just a helpful way. From vapes to edibles, cards to wax. The team knows what's fire and they always got facts. It's the Medicine Box, no license, no gate, just bomb weed, good people, and premium base. You want choice, we got it. From THC to CBD, get served with respect and leave feeling free. This ain't Health Canada, so you get what you need. No THC limits, just high grade weed. Whether you're microdosing or chasing the sky, you'll find your high here, no lie. Just buy. You got questions, we got more than replies, but tenders with passion and honest eyes. This is a team, not a sales floor hustle. They'll match your vibe. stress on my soul. It's the medicine box, no barcode blues, just custom caring, high grade news, flower vapes, concentrates, and hash knowledge in your bag, fire in your stash. It's the medicine box, no barcode blues, just custom caring, high grade news, flower vapes, concentrates, and hash knowledge in your bag, fire in your stash. Modern as hell, but the roots run deep, indigenous pride in the air and shared with the peeps. Mohawk language, donations for schools. You feel the respect, the love, the rules. No suit and tie vibes, just people who care. From grandma's gummies to the streetwear flair, where you're chilling or on a healing path. You leave the med box with a reason to laugh. This ain't just a shop, it's the new gold standard. From newbies to heads, every guest gets pampered. Fresh drop Fridays, discounts roll smooth. The vibes stay high and the customers groove. So if you're in Oka, take that ride. The medicine box ain't a place, it's a state of mind. Weed, wellness, and service on lock. Say let's roll up and welcome to the med box. The medicine box, the legacy wave. No gatekeepers here, just freedom and flame. From Oka with love, from the roots to the top. Cannabis done right, this the real one stop. She's the medicine box, the legacy wave. No gatekeepers here, just freedom and flame. From Oka with love, from the roots to the top. Cannabis done right, this the real one stop shop.
That was the medicine box. I wonder how you liked it. I'm at the medicine box 3 days a week, from Friday noon till 10, Saturday noon till 10, Sunday noon till 10. If you want to come down, we'll help you find exactly what you need. It's a great environment. We've got great food there, nice bistro, really cool cold drinks and great coffees, and really friendly staff, good people. So you'll have a great time and you'll leave with exactly what you came looking for. So come see us at the medicine box. Next song, Blunt Force Frequencies. Sticking with the EDM theme, this is kind of cool sonically. It has some really neat transitions and great effects, and kind of neat. This is kind of designed for the rave scene, music festivals, someplace like that. It's pretty cool. So let's get into it. Blunt Force Frequencies.
Rolled up fat like a thundercloud. Baseline drops and the crew gets loud. Eyes red, heart thumping in sync. This ain't a vibe, this is groupthink. Pull that hit like a ritual start. Now we speaking coughs and cannabis art. Every breath coated deep in the beat. We don't dance, we fucking compete.
Blunt force frequency, we loud, we lit past that. We burn, we hit, got no enemies, just buds, that's it, feel that's for me, that bass, legit.
Pass that joint like a sacred text. Whole squad flow, we ain't even flex. Eyes on glow, thoughts on spin. That good pot got us wired from within. Volume climbs like a mountain wave. Ganja preach to these hits we crave. If you ain't down to vibe this deep, then take that seat. This crowd don't sleep.
Blunt force frequency, we loud, we lit past that 80G. We burn, we hit, got no enemies, just buds, that's it, feel that's the need, that bass, legit.
Gravity's off and we float through space. Hotbox time in a weed filled case. Headphones loud, joints on fire. This beat's goddamn amplified. We got wisdom, the track got teeth. Blew that smoke through every belief. If the cops show up, just pass them a hit. Even pigs want peace when the vibes is lit.
There's a frequency you don't hear. You feel it behind your eyes. It's not in the bass. It's in the burn. We're transmitting. You're already part of it.
Bond force frequency. Turn up, get gone. Past that LAG. All night till dawn. Got no enemies. Just grasp, just can. Feel that set to me. Let it begin. Hash on the table, minds on tilt. Shit we say now can rebuild guilt. Tripped through truth and came back clean. Pot don't lie, it shows you the scene. Laughing too hard, forgot my name. But the beat remembers it plays no games. This moment's etched in TAC and branded forever in frequency.
We don't just get high, we synchronize. Blunt force log and transmission.
And that was Blunt Force Frequencies. Excuse me, smoking on my gas gang pen here while the songs are playing, and that one's a little bit in my chest. All right, so we all know what it's like to wake up after being stoned and have the munchies. Happens to me all the time. I'll fall asleep on the couch watching a movie or a TV show. Then I'll wake up. It's like 12:30 in the morning, and I got this craving for sugar like crazy. So I'll go and I'll gobble up a few cookies or eat some chocolate or whatever the case may be. And I bet I'm not the only one. I bet you there's more out there like me, that's for sure. So this little song, a fun song, weed song, kind of silly, but it's called Midnight Munchies Manifesto. And it's fun. So let's check it out.
If weed's the priest, rage is the temple. We gather not to pray, but to snack. Red, but the vision's clear. Moonlight beams on my stoner gear. Kitchen tiles like a cosmic grid. Each step sacred like a pyramid. Nacho dust like war paint bright. Raisin snacks from the tomb of night. I took an oath with the munchie gods. Pizza slice like the face of God. Midnight munchies ride high. Stoned in space with an apple pie. Taste the star in the sky. Don't just get high and fly. On my shirt, weed in my chest. Taco shell halo, I'm truly blessed. Mouthful of kush, soul at ease. Manifest joy through snacks and ramen steam in a gastric swirl. Chew through time in a Dorito world. Peanut butter spoon like a magic wand. Bite so deep I met the beyond. Bong in one hand, fork in the other. Talking to my snacks like they were my brother. Left everything in a head of wisdom and a PhD. One more bite to unlock the gate. One more hit and I'll levitate. Midnight munchies ride the high. Stoned in space with an apple pie. Taste the stars, lick the sky. Don't ask why, just get high and crumbs on my shirt, weed in my chest. Taco shell halo, I'm truly blessed. Mouthful of meaning, soul at ease. Manifest joy through snacks and microwave beat like a synth on Pedro. Warmed up truth in a Tupperware glow. Banana with chips, stoner cuisine. Tastes like Cheech dreamt up this scene. Late night sesh with cereal and hash. Preaching on rhythm with the weedy splash. Fridge is a portal, snacks are divine. Ate a whole cheesecake, lost track of time. If hunger is the question, weed is the answer. not your heaven. Now I'm sitting on the floor with a cosmic grin. Ramen steam like a gastric skin. Ate the labels after smoking blue dream. Tasted the heavens in cool whipped cream. If you feel the vibe, come ride this wave. Midnight munchies, loud and brave. One last bite and I'll transcend till we meet again, my snackhead friends. Midnight munchies, ride the high. Stoned in space with an apple pie. Taste the stars, lick the sky. Don't ask why, just get high and crumbs on my shirt, weed in my chest, taco shell halo, I'm truly blessed. Mouth full of meaning, soul at ease, manifest joy through snacks and weed. I think I ate the meaning of life.
And that was Midnight Munchies Manifesto. Fun little song, all with the munchies in the middle of the night, getting high with some apple pie and kissing the stars and licking the sky. Just for fun. All right, so you notice the Dr. High's 420 Anthems Ultimate Cannabis Music Collection is available now on Spotify. It's free. If you just have to have a free Spotify account, and you can go into that playlist. It includes all the Dr. High songs that you see here on High Vibes with Dr. High, plus all the other artists, Los Marijuanos, Eminem, Ice Cube, Wiz Khalifa, Snoop Dogg. It's a mix. It's a full playlist. It's more than 7 hours long now. But the one thing that every song has in common is it's only about weed. So it's perfect for when you're camping or having a party at your house or whatever the case may be. Check it out on Spotify. Dr. High's 420 albums, anthems, the playlist. All right. Next song, another new song. It's called Gravity's a Suggestion. Now, I don't know whether you've ever felt this, but I have at times smoked joints and been sitting there and actually felt like I was levitating from the high, floating in space in that area. Just a weird sensation, but it's almost like you leave your body, you become weightless. And perhaps gravity is a suggestion, just like reality. I don't know. Let's find out. Gravity's a suggestion.
Gravity's a suggestion. I decline. Laid on my bed, felt the floor drift off. Ceiling melted, I have cotton in my mouth. Weed in my bloodstream, chills in my spine. Ganja gods say you're right on time. Hash orbits like Saturn's rings. Silence louder than anything. I'm floating now, nothing to prove. Weightless in a perfect groove. Gravity's a suggestion, not a rule I obey. I float with the rhythm, smoke through the day. Sky ain't the limit, that's just what they say. I'm already
Saw the moon through my vape cloud swirl. Galaxies bend in a perfect twirl. My hoodie's got stars and the words stay high. Courtesy of that Dr. High guy. Read his book while I hit this pipe. Floated off logic, learn what's right. But damn, it feels good to understand. I'm stoned with the cosmos in both my hands.
Gravity's a suggestion, not a rule I obey. I flow with the rhythm, smoke through the day. The sky ain't the limit, that's just what they say. I'm already gone in the sky. Don't tell me to come down, I live in a sin. Weed in my lungs and my worries spin. If Earth calls back, I might not respond. I'm too far gone, vibing beyond.
If time can bend, so can waves. If high's a place I'll never lay.
Gravity's a suggestion, not a rule I obey. I flew with the rhythm, smoke through the day. Sky ain't the limit, that's just what they say. I'm already gone and the stoners delay. Don't tell me to calm down, I live in a sin. Weed in my lungs and my worries spin. If Earth calls back, I might not respond. I'm too far gone, vibing beyond.
Gravity's a suggestion. Sometimes it just might be. What's the reality? We don't know. We just get high and keep moving forward. That's all we can do. Keep living life. Don't worry about the details. All right. Another new song coming. This one is called One to Burn. I'm sure we have all had the experience where we're supposed to get together with a friend. And they text you like, on my way, right? OMW, on my way. And we continue to wait and they're not there yet. And it's like, hey, what's going on? You know, you're on your way, but you're not here yet. You know what? Fuck. I'm like, I'm in this store. Unapologetic. It's self-care. You got to do you sometimes. As long as you haven't smoked the only joint that your buddy was coming over to join you with, if there's more weed, it's all good. So there we go. One to burn. Let's see if this story matches yours.
Don't ask me to wait. You knew what time I swore.
I wanna burn and I ain't ashamed. Preheated the vibe before y'all came. Shoes off, snacks out, music's tight. Lit that joint like a beacon in the night. Text said OMW, but that was a lie. So I sparked up solo like a stoner samurai. Peaceful as hell with this pot in my chest. Y'all late anyway, I'm just blessed. Just me, my weed, and some ambient loops. Laughing at nothing in cannabis truth. This ain't rude, this is self-care. So when you get here, act like it's fair. One to burn, I earned this. Hit. First in the circle, y'all late, don't trip. We still plenty, but I live mine first. One to burn, to satisfy my stoner thirst. Clean ashtrays art. I pre-warm the vibe like a human spark. This, that good grass roll like a cone. Tastes like freedom, it burns, I'm home. You walk in and say, damn, you started. Yeah, bro, that weed is now departed. I live in this vibe, I'm just letting y'all visit. And that first blunt, oh yeah, I kissed it. No guilt, no shame, no delay. We light up life our own damn way. First to blaze, last to judge.
to satisfy my stone of thirst.
He who sparks first often giggles alone.
But he who waits just gets I love the crew, but damn, I need this. A little solo puff for the mental reset. Sometimes it's just me, it hits the best, like I'm rolling with stars. No need for the rest, so show up late, I'll pass the next. But the first was mine, full lungs, no regrets. I didn't cheat, I set the tone. One to burn in my stoner zone. One to burn, don't judge the flame. First in the circle, ain't playing no game. We still planning, hit this and learn. Vibes brilliant, thanks to one to burn. Y'all lucky I didn't finish the whole zip.
One to burn. Gotta look out for yourself sometimes. Fun little song. All right. So one of the first places I can ever recall being exposed to weed in public was at rock concerts. I was really lucky. I grew up in Windsor, Ontario, which was right across the river from Detroit. So I was able to attend all the biggest concerts very, very easily. They had a bus that you could hop on the Windsor side. It took you directly to Cobo Hall or Joe Louis Arena. That's where all the shows were. We'd get over there. The bus would drop us off. You'd go into your concert. You'd come out. Buses would be waiting. They'd bring you right back to Canada. It was awesome. So there was a lot of weed smoke going on at concerts back in 1980. Moving forward, because that's when I really started to see them. I saw a couple of shows prior, but after 1980, once I started high school, you had to go. You just had to be there. That was just the way it was, you know. We stood in line for tickets. We did all of those things. But those were some of the first places I remember smelling weed. And the next song, Light Up and Live Free, kind of really worked well with that song. Is a song that's just played to be used where people gather. It's a rallying cry for cannabis. Lighting up and smoking some weed is just asserting your own personal freedoms. And that should be allowed, because not only should we have the right to determine what goes on with our own bodies, but this plant hurts no one. So I think we should all join together and play this song loud everywhere we go. We want to light up and live free. We want to live without apology. We want to love what frees us. We want to get high, and we want to stay human. Let's go.
I came with a blunt and a fucking grin. High heels off at the rib again. Weed alone, truth in my teeth, no gods, no masters, just vibes beneath. They said slow down, but I lit up faster. Out here chasing a high, not disaster. This life ain't meant to be quiet and clean. We break the rules just to feel seen. One nerve, one crew, one reason to light it again. Freedom ain't fucking giving you roll it and breathe it in. Light up and live free. We burn, we fly. Never go hardly.
eyes on fire, chasing the beat like it says get higher. Pass that joint like a golden key, unlocking the chains that set me free. Little finger judge, jump, smell the eyes, we toast with weed under rebel skies. Not here to behave, we came to belong, so spark that shit, we're already gone. No leash, no label, no box you can trap me in. If peace is a felony, then light me the fuck up again. Light up and live free, we burn, we fly. Never but quality, we blaze, we rise. Fuck your degree. High is the right, the least. Every hit I take's another line crossed, another law bent, another lie lost. Weed ain't evil, it's the fucking cure. A plant that says you're safe, you're pure. My people ain't criminals, we're high and kind. Just look at the smile that this pot designed. We're not broken, we're redefined. Get loud and uncontrolled. It's not just smoke, it's a signal to live without apology, to love what frees you, to get high and stay human. Light up and live free. Never we blaze. Fuck you so greedy. This spot's so great. High is the right, not a need. Yes, indeed. This for the ones who were told pipe down, for every stoner outlaw in every small town. You live anyway, you lived your way, and the smoke you left still glows today. So here's to the high, and here's to the crew. To the brave, the fake, the honest, true. We ain't perfect, but we're fucking free. That's how it's meant to be. We live it up to feel real. We got high to live free.
Light up and live free. It's a motto we should all live by, and we should share, share, share. Let's try and break the stigma. I mean, let's do our best to try and get people to understand that cannabis is as normal as a glass of wine or a beer. It is actually far less harmful. Okay, so from a song that talks about freedom to a song that has some meaning to me personally. I was involved in the outlaw cannabis culture for a long time. Part of what I did was move money around the world so that it got cleaned up and would end up back here in Canada and be useful to the growers who were growing the weed and exporting it to the United States. I got caught up in a racketeering case with them due to an informant, and that cost me more than 8 years of my life. So I understand what's going on when we have people locked up for weed offenses. That's for sure. My sympathies go out to every family, every loved one, every person who cares about them, and to the guys who are locked up, because I'll tell you, after all those many years, you don't necessarily come home the same. So the next song, Under the Lights, is a song about a grower I worked with who started off out in the country, nice and small, and got big, and crazy things happened, and he got a lot of attention and made a lot of money, but eventually the police came knocking at the door. But one thing was safe, that was the money that he had hidden away that I had helped him fix. So here we go, Under the Lights.
slow, brick by brick. No flash, just sweat and money thick. Out past town where roads fade away, I found a place where my plants could play under LEDs and mountain sun. I grew what healed, hurt no one. A Dr. High hoodie stained with soil and sweat. A life not allowed but no regret. The world below could chase their fame. I just fed the roots without any shame. Under the light, I made it grow. Leaf and bud in a beautiful glow. I wanted cash, cars, and women all around. And Dr. High knew how to clean the money I found. Word got out, demand got bold. Strangers came with fists of gold. I said no, but money talks, and soon my doors had heavier knocks. My name was whispered in smoked out bars. They drove from cities, lit cigars. I lost the hush, I lost the hill, but I kept on growing, I kept the will. You can't find peace when greed walks in. Beautiful green plants turn to spoils to sin. Under the light, I made it grow. Leaf and bud in a beautiful glow. I wanted cash, cars, and women all around. And Dr. High knew how to clean the money I found. Woke to boots and blue flood beams. Saw my dream ripped apart at the seams. They took the plants, they took the distillate jars. They can't reach the cash hidden under the stars. I lit one right there on the hill as they ripped me right against my will. You see from my sleeve, I grinned and turned to under the lights, I made it grow. Now it's gone, but I still know you can crush the plant, rip out the ground, but Dr. High can't be shut down. Yeah, I'll rise again where peace is found.
So, Under the Lights. Little autobiographical information in there, that's for sure. But you know what? The experience, it enlightened me. I was on kind of the wrong path, not with the weed, but with the money and the lifestyle comes, other things. So, it's probably a good thing that I got caught when I did and things changed. So I learned shortcuts, they don't pay. They just lead to trouble. That's why I work so hard and so diligently on Dr. High. This is a real passion and labor for me, and nobody's going to take it away. It doesn't make money, but it's okay. I love what I do. All right, next song, No Gravity. You've heard this one before. I played it on the show before. This is kind of like how when you smoke weed, your problems can just drift away for a little while, right? While you're high for the couple hours, you can just kind of feel the weight come off you, kind of like you're lifted, like stay lifted. There's a reason that these words are used within our culture. So No Gravity is about staying lifted, keeping your feet off the ground and your mind clear. Let's check it out.
Pressure's up, world's too loud. Head full of smoke, feet on the ground. Eyes to the ceiling, mind in bloom. Lit one up just to clear the room. Everything's heavy, dragging me down. Same old news, same old town. I float above, I break the chains. Inhale deep, dissolve the pain. Can't feel the pull of all their gravity. I found my space in this serenity. No gravity, I'm drifting high. Weightless, all beneath the sky. Don't bring me down, I just got free. I found my peace with Dr. Highway. Spliff in hand, I watch the stars. Dreams don't seem that far. I ain't running, just letting go. Let the weed teach me what I need to know. This ain't escaping, it's elevation. Higher thoughts, no hesitation. My body stays, but my mind descends. In this pot smoke, the static ends. Call me faded, call me slow, but you don't see the way I glow. No, no gravity, I'm drifting high. Don't bring me down, I just peace with books by the bed, Dr. High hoodie on tight. Road down in the dead of night. Burning slow with my playlist on. Another joy and the fear is gone. Not a care for the clock or race. Just as rhythm in sacred space. They chase the world, I chase the leaf. Roll up the calm, exhale the grief. No gravity, I'm drifting high. Weightless, soul beneath the sky. Don't bring me down, I just got free. I found my peace with Dr.
No gravity. So Dr. High is about creating all kinds of music as long as it's cannabis focused. And many of us understand that cannabis can be really good for intimacy, can be great for sex, can be great for communication, can have so many real purposes within the relationship in the bedroom. Then, of course, Dr. High has to produce something that's a little bit sexy. And as we're approaching a little later in the evening in the show, he's gone to bed, but we don't get too graphic here. The only explicit content that we actually promote is marijuana. cannabis, weed, pot, grass. Mary Jane, that's the only one we promote here. No dirty talk. But this is kind of a sexy song. It's called Lit and Laced, and it should give you the vibe of New Orleans. No gravity.
Smoke in the air, lace on my skin. 2 nights a game, tell me where to begin. Eyes like fire, hands so slow. One more hit, let the feeling grow. Barefoot shadows, neon glow. The world outside moves way too cold, but in this room we're lost in time, tangled up in a hazy rhyme. Breathing deep, sinking low. You light me up, now watch me glow. No past, no rules, no weight, no chains. Just a little more smoke and a little more flame. We're high, we're wild, we're tangled up in lace, spinning slow, lost in the bass. Empty desire, let it burn, let it take us higher. We're lit, we're laced, we're floating in sin. Every breath pulls me deeper in. No words, no thoughts, just rhythm in space. Wrapped up in smoke, wrapped up in lace. Fingers trace like whispers soft. I lose myself, don't turn me off. Time don't matter, we move too slow. One last drag, let's lose control. Curtains dance with candlelight. Your lips, I wanna bite. Don't say a way, let the night pull us away. Breathing deep, sinking low. You light me up, watch me glow. No past, no rules, no weight, no keys. Just a little more smoke and a little more flame. We're high, we're wild, we're tangled up in lace, spinning slow, lost in the bass. No rush, no fear, just night and desire. Let it burn, let it take us higher. We're lit, we're laced, we're floating in sin. Every breath pulls me deeper in. No words, no thoughts, just rhythm and space. Wrapped up in smoke, wrapped up in lace. No time, no place. Just hands, just taste. No shame, no weight. Just fire, just fate. We're high, we're wild, we're tangled up in lace, spinning slow, lost in the bass. No rush, no fear, just night and a desire. Let it burn, let it take us higher. We're lit, we're laced, we're floating in sin. Every breath pulls me deeper in. No words, no thoughts, just rhythm and bass. Wrapped up in smoke, wrapped up in lace.
And that was Lit and Laced. All right, so next song, I don't think I've ever played on the show before. It's called Hash Eaters. Now, there's a misconception about Hashashins, which was the original name for what ultimately became Assassin. They were a group of gentlemen in Syria and Persia back in, I believe, the 1300s or so, that carried out political assassinations and killings of people in their countries. Now, it was said, but it was said by their enemies that they ate hashish and communed with hashish in order to get themselves into such a state of frenzy that they're able to go out and kill these people and commit these acts of violence. Now, we all know that cannabis doesn't do that, so it doesn't seem quite logical. But I don't know if anybody truly knows the truth of this story, but from what I have researched, it appears that it may have just been an early form of propaganda. Let's check it out. Hash eaters.
In the desert where the moonlight glows, a secret waits where the hashish flows. Hidden hands, sun-seeking eyes, a warrior's breath before he flies.
Under the stars where the sand runs deep, a fire burns while the sages speak. One last breath, one last taste, before the blade, before the chase. They move in shadows, silent and wise, eyes like falcons under blood-red skies. A vision granted, a mind set free, through deserts open to sea. Whispered words in the palace halls, one deep hit and the empire falls. Dreams ignite, fear dissolves, smoke in the wind, the fate evolves. Through desert smoke, rise so high, visions burn the assassin's eye. Gift of the gods from dust to sky, Dr. High watch with a knowing sight. Just blades, but minds so sharp. They spoke in riddles, they moved through dark. A brotherhood bound by fire and leaf, a secret war, a hidden belief. The empires feared what they couldn't tame, so they cursed the herb and they banned the flame. But truth don't burn and fire don't die. The desert smoke still fills the sky. Ooh, smoke rise high, silent footsteps in the night. Through the dunes, through the fight, one green leaf, it fuels the light. Through desert smoke, rise so high, visions burn in the assassin's eye. Gift of the gods from dust to sky, Dr. High watch with a knowing sight. Through desert smoke, rise so high, visions burn in the assassin's eye. Gift of the gods from dust to sky, Dr. High watch with a knowing sight. High watch with a knowing sight. The kingdoms change, the stories fade, but the fire lives, the truth remains. From Persia's sand to the modern age, Dr. High still turns the page. Dr. High watch with a knowing sight. Session. Let's vibe. Roll one up, let's take flight. Bass hits deep, ride the night. Smoking sound is paradise. High vibes only feeling right. High vibes, let it flow. Deep bass, watch it glow. Dub hits, rock and roll. We light it up and take it slow.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The opinions of the individuals during this broadcast are their own and may not be the opinions of their group or other organizations they may be involved with. All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
Enjoy the buzz of legalization with Campbellford Lifestyle Shop. From lights to plant nutrients, books, consumption accessories, and more. We've got all your basics to grow or consume cannabis. Visit our info center or take a look at our piercing services and body jewelry, now available in-store through Campbellford Lifestyle Shop. 17 Bridge Street West, Campbellford.
Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponic shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit, or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective, with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420.
We are people advocating cannabis education here at Pace Radio.
And that's where my research on the plants and the species and that, and finding out, so that we're not just looking at it as cannabinoids and terpenes, but we're looking at it as cannabinoids, terpenes, and nutrient aspects. Right. So you can be meeting your health needs in 3 angles or more, rather than just the 2 when we look at cannabis, and we're not forgetting all about the fact that it is a plant.
A new study published in the journal Psychopharmacology provides evidence that cannabis in its primary psychoactive ingredient, THC, may actually improve certain types of memory in aged rats. Through these effects depend on sex, the method of delivery, and the specific type of cognitive task. In particular, the researchers found that acute cannabis smoke improved working memory in aged male rats, but impaired it in aged females. Now, chronic oral THC, on the other hand, enhanced working memory in aged rats of both sexes without harming spatial memory or affecting younger rats.
Wow, isn't that interesting?
Chronic. That means constant.
Chronic.
Yeah.
Okay. No
Yeah.
problem.
No problem.
The only thing that makes you cough. Whew. Cannabis use is becoming increasingly common in older adults. It sure is. From 2015 to 2023, the percentage of people over the age of 65 in the United States who reported using cannabis in the past year nearly tripled. Many use it regularly, often to manage chronic pain, anxiety, or sleep problems. But while cannabis is well known to impair memory and attention in young adults sometimes, very little is known about how it affects the aging brain, which is already more vulnerable to cognitive decline.
Stay tuned. We'll be right back after this toke.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at Pace Radio.
This broadcasts are their own opinions, and they may not be the same as those of their group or other organizations they may be involved with.
All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
Look at all that money, yeah, the money that they've spent. Take another look and take some time for him. Don't cut trees for paper, 'cause it hurts the environment. Stop deforestation, yeah, it's time for him. Well, an acre of hemp makes 20 barrels of oil. No need for pesticides to poison
all our soil. People got no food, they got no clothes, they got no rent. Well, it's time for him.
Yes, it is. It is time for hemp. I am your host, Casper Leach. And if you like this content, please hit the like and share button and let the whole world around you know how valuable this plant is. Today on the program, anytime you hear the word joint, make sure you hit your bongs, your pipes, your vaporizers. And today on the program, one of my joint hosts, Al Graham, is up in Canada. And we get another joint host on the broadcast, Al Byrne. And we are having a joint chat with our joint guest that I'll let Al Byrne introduce to you, because Al jointly worked together with this lady to let the whole world know jointly how important it is to enjoy a joint for your medical needs. Al Byrne?
That's me. Yes. I've just learned I've known this lady for about 10 years. I thought it was longer. But she is a doctor, a PhD, and we haven't got there yet in the first half of our interview, but we're going there next. So may I introduce Dr. Neek Pichot. Did I do better?
Better. Pichot.
Oh, good. Good. Hey, give me time. I'll get it. So before we go to Doctor, I want to reiterate to those that are just joining us that Neek is a former Marine, and our TV show network here is very fond of military people.
So
Casper is a ex-Army guy, and I'm an ex-Navy guy, and of course, the doctor was in the Navy, but we call them Marines. You know, they're part of the Navy. Anyway, right. So listen, there's a couple of things you mentioned in the first half that I'd like you to concentrate on at least a little bit, please. One is, you said there are some bad effects to cannabis sometimes. Could you tell us what they may be?
That don't make no sense. I don't believe it. I don't believe it.
Quiet.
I don't believe it.
Casper, I know that it's something that advocates don't like to talk about, but there are a certain percentage of people that have intense paranoia, intense anxiety to what appears to be higher levels of THC, higher doses of THC. I am definitely one of them. So when I advocate for cannabis, I also try very hard to advocate for the safe use of cannabis. And although I'm not saying that don't use cannabis, I'm just saying use cannabis safely and effectively. And that's one of the ways that we can help end the stigma, because I'm also a psychiatric nurse, and I am seeing patients coming into the inpatient psych units, and they're in a psychosis, or they're very, very paranoid. And some of them are coming in because of what appears to be their use of cannabis in extremely high doses of THC content. So people that are vaping, like 95% THC continuously, you're flooding the endocannabinoid system. And this is where we're starting to see some of the troubling effects of cannabis used for purposes of strictly getting high to the point where they're obliterating themselves. And some of them
using those vape pens too are hard on your throat, and they're causing more lung problems too, from what I understand.
So they say. That's not where my research is, so I really can't speak to that. It would just be a personal opinion and not a medical opinion. Okay. What I do see and what I do know is when I do have these conversations with the patients, when they're able to talk to me, 99% of the patients I've spoken to are vaping 85 to 95% THC content, or they're doing Delta 8 in very high, the synthetic form. Some of them don't even know what they're using, where they've gotten it from, what the THC content is. And this is what I mean about the education to change the stigma. So,
yeah, but excuse me, but what you're really talking about, I think, is the word dose. Aren't we just talking about dose here? I mean, you can use a high concentrate THC, but if you use it correctly, you'll be all right. I mean, one of the problems I have with ingesting cannabis, especially by inexperienced cannabis users, is they take a gummy or something and they wait 10 minutes, 20 minutes, nothing happens. Well, it's not gonna for at least a half an hour more. Then they take another one and nothing happens. And then they take a third one, and next hour they're in the ER going, So I just want to tell the audience, I want you to say to the audience, agree with me. I want you to agree with me, okay? That there's nothing wrong with the cannabis used correctly. It's the way it is used, the misuse of the plant material that is causing the trouble. Is that right?
absolutely, Al. And let me break that down a little bit more. So the way that I break it down so people can understand it more as medicine. If I was using Percocet for pain control and I was prescribed 5 milligrams every 6 hours of Percocet, but Al, you were prescribed 30 milligrams every 6 hours for pain control because you had a higher tolerance. But I ran out of my 5s, so I started taking your 30s. I could have different side effects of that 30 milligram Percocet than I'm going to have from that 5 milligram of Percocet, even though it's prescribed to me and even though it's medicine. So all I'm saying is that we're all different. We all have a different endocannabinoid system, and we all have to understand that cannabis can't always be used interchangeably for everybody, because everybody has a different tolerance level, everybody has a different use, everybody has a different medical need. So therefore, there's no wrong way or wrong dose if you understand what you're using it for. If you're taking a pharmaceutical and you say to the doctor, I don't like the way this makes me feel, there's a side effect that I'm having, the doctor's going to adjust that, or the doctor's going to put you on a different type of medicine in that same class. For instance, an antihypertensive. So for cannabis, that might not be the right strain for you. That might not be the right chemotype for you. We're transferring in the medical world into the chemotype versus the strain name. So the 3 different chemotypes are the different levels of CBD and THC. So I might need a CBD and THC equal part cannabis versus somebody might benefit from a higher THC and a low CBD versus somebody might be the opposite and need high CBD with a very low THC. And that's all I mean by dosing and THC content. I wouldn't go to a pharmacy, even take something off the shelf that was just, if everything was in a red box and I didn't know what I was picking, and just grab that box and bring it home and take it for a headache because I don't know what's in that box. So I think education is very important from not only the medical professionals that are out there, and I'm talking nurses, doctors, physicians assistants, nurse practitioners, chiropractors, not just the medical community, but patients need to advocate for themselves. And if they are choosing something that's not beneficial for them, then they need to have a conversation with somebody that has this education that can help navigate them to better choices that are going to be more beneficial to their needs.
So, in order to do this, you became a PhD.
Yes,
And
actually,
you
DNP.
okay. And then you said, now I'm going to get these guys from the inside. So tell us that story.
So I was a nursing supervisor in a psychiatric hospital during COVID. And while I was there, I was also working on my doctorate because, as I said, in 2016, I went to California. In 2019, I came back to the East Coast and I said, no one's going to take me seriously as a cannabis nurse with some of my mental health issues and wanting to stay as a nurse. So maybe if I get my doctorate, maybe then they'll start to take me seriously. So I went ahead to school. So while I was working on my doctorate, I had also established the Cannabis Nurse Navigator in 2016 as a student in the Entrepreneurs for All program. And with that, because when I was a patient, there was no nurses that could navigate me through this care. I had to do this all myself. So the Cannabis Nurse Navigator is what I wanted to do my dissertation on for nursing school. And my professors said that it would be too difficult and too big of a project to do. So while I was working during COVID, I was trying to figure out where cannabis might fit in. And I started seeing an uptick in cannabis use disorder to patients coming into the psychiatric hospital. And I would try to leave articles, even from the ANA, from the American Nurses Associations, for continuing education units for nurses so they could learn about cannabis, so they could learn about the endocannabinoid system. And the director and other staff members would take it off the desk and report me that I was trying to educate about cannabis. So
well, you were.
Yeah.
I was. Absolutely.
Oh, they got that part right.
Right. But because I was the night supervisor, there were anonymous emails going to the director and HR saying, you might want to check on your night supervisor. She's a cannabis nurse. She might be coming to work stoned.
Oh, Jesus. Here we go.
So
See,
I laughed.
all you pot smokers just want to, you say it's medicine, but you just want to get high.
Yeah. We're sorry. Go ahead.
Keep going.
So I continued to just push through that. And it was the same hospital that when I left for California, it was the last application that I tried that I popped positive for cannabis. And they submitted my medical card and my test results to HR because they thought I was going to get through. And the doctor said that there were no studies for breast cancer, so therefore they still couldn't hire me. Fast forward to 2019, I came back to the same hospital. I showed all the work and advocacy that I was doing and said, don't worry, I'll pass your urine test. I passed my urine test and then I got hired. So they knew my background as well. So they knew that I wasn't stoned at mental health and cannabis. And I started to see these nurse practitioners and psychiatrists that were diagnosing patients with cannabis use disorder, yet they couldn't tell me anything about cannabinoid therapeutics or the endocannabinoid system. So I started to question how they felt that they had the right to put that diagnosis on a patient's chart that was coming into a psychiatric hospital that was going to stigmatize their care once they left, and that diagnosis was going to follow them.
No kidding.
Yeah, exactly. So they're uneducated, yet they're making that diagnosis.
Based on what we call or what we know as the QDR. The Q-R is the Cannabis Use Diagnostic Inventory Tool Revised Edition, and it was actually created from the audit, which is the Alcohol Use Diagnosis Inventory Tool. Now, we all know that you can't compare alcohol use and cannabis use and put them in the same category because alcohol has no medicinal value, but we have proven that cannabis has medicinal value.
Yeah.
So I started to look at that, and I proceeded to engage with my instructors at Salve Regina University, and I changed my direction to looking at how we could change the diagnostic criteria or the tool for diagnosing cannabis use disorder. And that was approved for my dissertation for my doctoral program.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, really
So,
nice.
so that was actually, where's the name for that? That was actually called the CARV assessment tool, which is the Cannabis Assessment Reliability Validity Evaluation. And what that did was I took questions from the DSM-5, which is the American Psychiatric Journal. It's like their Bible of psychiatric diagnosing. And I took the criteria for cannabis use disorder, and I took the Q-R, and I pulled together a plethora of questions, of interview questions, and put that together. And for my dissertation for school, I sent that out to providers. And by providers, I mean it was medical professionals who had the ability to diagnose. So they had to be psychiatrists, medical doctors, nurse practitioners, physician assistants. You had to have the criteria to be able to diagnose. And I had 16 respondents in a small pilot study that came back, answered the survey questions, and did feel that the questions that I built in this survey did prove that it was a valid assessment of cannabis use and medical cannabis use. So that was my dissertation for graduation. And while I was going through that, I started travel nursing because that psychiatric hospital would not let me do my study on cannabis use disorder. And all I wanted to do was go through the medical records of patients who were diagnosed. I didn't even want to have patient contact, and they wouldn't allow me. So I started travel nursing to get into other psychiatric hospitals so I could see if this was actually a greater problem than just my hospital. And I ended up at the Institute of Living in Hartford, Connecticut, in which when I interviewed, I told them, you please have to know that I'm a cannabis nurse. If you look up my information, you're going to find out that I'm a cannabis nurse. And their response to me was, Neek, it's okay. We have a doctor here that's studying cannabis. And I said, you do? So in my perception, I thought it was a young doctor that just got out of school, wait to get to lunch. So I could call the IRB, which is an internal review board for the ethics of medical research, to make sure that you stay in compliance and you're not causing harm to patients. I just have to plug in my computer so it doesn't die. Sorry. And with that being said, I left a message for Dr. Godfrey Perlson, who I didn't look up and I didn't know who he was, and told him what my study was and that I needed clinical hours. And he got back to me right away, and he pulled me into his research center so that way I could gain clinical hours. And there is where I learned he had been studying cannabis since 2014. He's a Yale professor. And actually this month, he was just recognized at Hartford Hospital as the top 100 neuroscientist in the world. And he's number 7 in the United States. His
Wow.
work
We should have him
is
as a guest.
absolutely, absolutely. His work is on schizophrenia, and also I was part of his studies on cannabis and driving. So I would, as a nurse in his research center, I actually dose participants using a volcano, and we do blood draws. And with the blood draws, then we do driving simulation. We do sway, and we do different testing so that way we can prove or disprove if cannabis and driving does show enough of an impairment. We also did a study with cannabis and memory, in which I place an IV and we do 4 to 5 blood draws. They come in for a placebo dose and they come in for a live dose. Then on both days, they go through an MRI while they're doing task in the MRI. They also do an EEG while they're doing task in the EEG. And at different increments throughout the day, I'm drawing blood so that we send blood to the lab to see where the the THC levels are in the blood. And we're like really charting all of this. That study has now closed. We're waiting for the data on that study. And 2 weeks ago, we just started our new study on cannabis and aging because of all of the hype we're hearing about cannabis and the elderly and strokes and heart attacks. So we've actually have 2 age ranges for participants, and we're doing the same thing, but we've added a Fitbit so we can monitor heart rate. And we've also added an EKG when they go into the MRI, so we can also see what the heart is doing while they're under the influence, while they're going through these tasks.
Well, you'll have to come back and share your data with us when you get
Oh,
it.
yeah.
That's very
I was
interesting.
just going to say that. We're running out of time.
I've got a quick question because I'm the Canadian on the panel here, and I understand that you have done some work here in Canada, and we've got about 2 or 3 minutes. Can you fill us in?
So the cannabis use disorder study that I followed up with at Hartford Hospital with the guidance of Dr. Perlson. We are working with the University of Manitoba with Paul Kornman, who is going to be doing the stats and data for that. So that way we can check the validity and reliability of that study, and then in turn have a new solid instrument. So therefore providers can more accurately diagnose cannabis use disorder and or help patients navigate their way through the safe use of cannabis for their care.
Good.
How do we get a hold of you if we want to? If you want to tell people, I'm Dr. Neek, and you want to get a hold of me, you do it this way.
My email is neek@drneekdnp.com. Also, you can go to the Institute of Living at Hartford Hospital and the Olin Neuropsychiatry Research Center website, and you'll find myself and Dr. Perlson, and you can see the studies that are ongoing right now on cannabis and soon to be starting psychedelics and hopefully BCP.
Wow.
Great interview. Great interview. Thank you so much.
Yes. We can
Thank
have
you.
you back a dozen times, I can tell.
Yeah, wow.
Thank you all for having me.
And Albert, let people know how to get a hold of your book real fast.
Yeah, get a hold of my book any place you want. Apple Books, Amazon Books, bookstores, book. It's an ebook. It's a book. And if you're a healthcare professional, you should read this book.
And Al Graham, let people know what they can listen to and where they can find it.
You can find people advocating cannabis education at paceradio.net. We have cannabis as well as psychedelic programming that comes out 7 days a week.
And speaking of 7 days a week, 24 hours a day, you can go to timeforhemp.news and find a radio player that you can hit the play button on, and you can listen to Time for Hemp broadcasting 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Lots of great interviews, lots of great music about this wonderful plant. And we're also found on BitChute and Tumblr. We're also on iHeart and iTunes. Just anywhere sound is found, we're around making sound on the internet about this fantastic plant. And we ask that you share all the content that we put out and let everybody know around you how important it is to take time for hemp.
Look at all that money, yeah, the money that they've spent. Take another look and take some time for him. Don't cut trees for paper, 'cause it hurts the environment. Stop deforestation, yeah, it's time for hemp. Well, an acre of hemp makes 20 barrels of oil. No pesticides to poison all our soil. People got no food, they got no clothes, they got no rent. Well, it's time for hemp. Throughout Earth's history, hemp has been used, no mystery. Hemp was legal to pay your taxes for more than a century. Check your faxes. The founding fathers make sense to me. It's time to grow hemp legally. Think of all its uses. It's money that's well spent. Right now, no excuses. It's time for hemp. Sustainable green industry, that's our intent. A better place this world will be. It's time for hemp. Fuel and food and clothes and soap, housing, cars, yeah, cars, no joke. Henry Ford built a car of hemp. It's time for us to do it again. People be employed with balanced farming as it's meant. Right now, it's time for hemp. Hemp is a true necessity for the wealth and protection of this country. These are words of Jefferson Thomas. He grew hemp, why not us? It's time to lift the hemp ban. It's time to lift the hemp ban. Yes, we can. I know we can. We can make a difference. Yes, we can. Yes, I know we can. We can work together and lift the hemp ban. Look at all that money. Yeah, the money that they've spent. Take another look and take some time for you. Don't cut trees for paper, 'cause it hurts the environment. Stop deforestation. Yeah, it's time for hemp.
Time for Hemp is a Pace Radio Network content provider.
You're listening to the Pace Radio Network here at paceradio.net.
The opinions of the individuals during this broadcast are their own, and may not be the opinions of their group or other organizations they may be involved with. All medical advice during our broadcast is not a medical opinion and should be checked with your medical physician.
Enjoy the buzz of legalization with Campbellford Lifestyle Shop. From lights to plant nutrients, books, consumption accessories, and more. We've got all your basics to grow or consume cannabis. Visit our info center or take a look at our piercing services and body jewelry, now available in-store through Campbellford Lifestyle Shop, 17 Bridge Street West, Campbellford.
Limestone City Hydroponics is Kingston, Ontario's hydroponics shop. Take your growing to the next level and create the optimal environment with a tent kit or maximize your yield with an ebb and flow flood table kit. Either way, Limestone City Hydroponics has more sizes and options to fit your needs. Are you looking for the power of the sun that adapts to your budget? Then look no further, as they have professional grow lighting. They have indoor grow systems that are easy and cost effective with many options to fit your living space and lifestyle. Cultivate your growing potential. We have everything you need to succeed. And if you can't make it to the store, they offer local delivery to the greater Kingston area. Remember, when you're looking for experts to help you grow, then look no further than the locally owned Limestone City Hydroponics, 105 Sunderland Drive in Kingston, Ontario. Call them at 613-548-0420.
We are people advocating cannabis education here at paceradio.net.
Come and feel those green vibes, frosty buds, nature's embrace, classic roots in the sunshine, medicine flowing, we find our place, high on love we elevate now, nature's gift that celebrate in the garden. Watch them grow. Nurture dreams in the warmth of from the sun that we create. When the evening falls, we'll gather around, share the stories of the healing found. With every puff we sow the seeds in this fight, we fulfill our needs. High on love we elevate on. Feel the joy that can't wait. In the garden, watch them grow. Nurture drinks that last afloat.
Re-rolled Saturdays. Check it out. Nothing but none. Hello, everybody. Welcome to glass blowing today here at the workshop of the Apple. the creators of the Apple, Dave and Masta, are here with me today. We're going to watch them create some glass products, including we're going to go through steps.
For example, not quite roundish looking balls. That can't be called oranges because oranges are circular, so you're reduced to looking at it going, you know what? It's kind of a pear. No, you know what? It's an apple. It's an apple, right? Right? Because guess what? Nobody actually has a definition of what an apple shape is.
That's right.
Right?
Yeah.
And there's thousands of different breeds of apples, right?
Correct.
And so a little bit interesting. The only reason why they're apples is because of the fact that I got away with making oblong shaped circles. That's like literally why I do it that way.
And
one day he said, "Hey, that looks like an apple."
Yeah. And, it's not. You don't have to worry about a consistent shape if you're calling it
That's
an
right.
apple, right?
That's right. And I can tell you, there is no consistency in the last 10,000.
Everyone is its own.
I bet you can find two that are the same in 10,000.
Not if you pull out the calipers. No. To this day, every single one is hand blown and eyeballed. I'll show and demonstrate that to you. I actually don't use a mold or a template or anything like that.
Yeah.
I had to start doing it just to make sure that it fits in the box. Like I can't get too big, right? But that's about it. But yeah, and that's the only reason why I've been able to make so many of them, or else I'd go numb.
Yeah, the apple. Very popular.
Have you got a box there you can show Al?
Of the apple?
Yeah. There you go. There's a apple.
Yeah, this is the apple here. Right.
Yes, that is the apple there.
Okay. And there's a stem, just like on a apple.
Yeah. Right? That stem is essentially. Okay, so this, guys, is a BT bottle with a little straw on the end of it. Okay. Back in the day, we used to have glass bottles, soda pop in glass bottles. Okay. Soft drinks, glass bottles. We used to take a little pebble or a dime. We used to stick into the glass bottle. We used to use a lighter, heat up one corner of it, which is
Damn, got to do it again.
Evening out the wall thickness in the kiln, right?
Right.
But we heat up one little corner of it, stress out one little spot
And it
on
breaks.
the bottle, and then if we do it in the right way and do the right tap, the pebble or the dime that's in the bottle will pop a hole out
Correct.
of the side of the bottle, and then therefore you can take your bottle, stick your joint or your cigarette with a little bit of hash on it into the bottle, and it was called a bottle toke.
Yep.
Yes.
This is a bottle toker. This is your cigarette,
Yep.
but you don't have to use a cigarette anymore. You can just place your hash on here and put it into here. It fills up, and then you just pull it through there. Now, part of the reason why this has been great is for so many people who used to use this old style technique, but you can really only do it with cigarettes.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, 'cause
You couldn't do it with joints. People claim that they can do it with joints, but they're lying. Okay, it's not possible. It was always tobacco, right? And then so as guys got older and you had to quit smoking, you weren't able to do bottle tokes anymore because you were smoking. You just didn't want to have cigarettes around, right? So a lot of people had to give up hash because of the fact that they couldn't do any of it. So when we came up with this, it allowed more of the original old-timey smokers to be able to experience and enjoy hash for the first time without having to dilute it with tobacco, dry cannabis.
Yeah, and I'm a person that doesn't smoke tobacco, so I wouldn't want tobacco.
No, and so you never would have had a bottle toke.
Yeah,
like that would never have been something that you would have appealed to you, right? You're like, no, I don't want the tobacco.
And when I did have one, it was yeah. And then with cannabis, then you've got your cannabis included in your hash, so then you're not getting that just if you want just that hash taste.
Well, what you're doing is you're making your cannabis a little stronger, but you're making your hash a lot weaker because you're just adding. It's like, no.
And here's an interesting development within the legal market that's kind of it kind of dovetails nicely into the hash devices is. Right now within the legal market, there's such a competition between the stores to attract and keep customers. They're doing everything they possibly can to keep them to come around. And what that usually means is that they're trying to get their customers as medicated or as high as possible, thinking that that's the best way to retain a customer. Is that fair? Right?
Some people THC is the main thing, correct?
Yeah.
For some people, yes.
So with something like this, we want to be able to provide them with a device that by the time they start smoking hash, they're already moved past dry flower, one strain at a time. They've moved into the pre-rolls, which are infused.
Yeah.
So the pre-roll dry tobacco or dry cannabis infused with this, infused with that, laced like dusted with this and that.
Yeah. Yeah.
Right.
The kiff.
Well, the whole part of that new smokers lose is they lose the experience of learning about the different strains of cannabis and the effects of individual strains. Because everyone's getting a salad joint, as what we used to call it, right?
Yeah.
So no one had an idea of what strain did what because you don't know, right?
Especially on pre-rolls, they don't normally tell you what strain
exactly.
it is.
No, absolutely.
They might say premium cannabis.
Yeah.
Well, what the hell is that?
So what customers are coming in, they're buying single strains. It's not doing it for them. So now whether they turn to their bud tender, ask for recommendations, bud tenders always turn to an infused pre-roll because that's great bang for your buck from a consumer perspective, from a bud tender perspective. But what that's done is created this whole step in the cannabis community that everyone has skipped in the new legal market because in the old market, we had no choice but to try all the different dry flowers. We had no choice but to get one or two strains at a time.
And if you don't like it, you mix it.
What's that, Al?
And if you don't like it, you mix it.
Yeah, exactly. And if you didn't like it, you go back to your dealer.
Or you wait till next
Or
week.
you go to your
Next
dealer
batch.
and you ask for something different. But really, it wasn't that. But now with these infused things, it's artificially gotten people more stoned without the actually understanding the benefits of indicas versus sativas. All of the stuff that the older people and all the stuff that the advocates and the educators want people to know about. So now what happens is they get tired of the pre-rolls, their taste buds and their cannabinoid receptors are all messed up because they don't know what they're getting. They can come back to a single strain of hash using one of the hash devices, right? And please, like this is the Happle's the affordable version of it. There's lots of hash devices out there, right? But just an opportunity to be able to smoke a pure hash just on its own without diluting it anyway, right?
This
be the
first time in decades where I was able to consume just straight hash.
All right, so who has the hash?
I do.
So I a question while you guys are getting the hash.
Yeah.
What's the price range of a Apple?
Retails for $54.
Retail.
That's very reasonable because you go and you can get just a simple bong for $120, but it's just that, right? So this is nice.
This is nice. It's just that it's hash. You can just straight hash.
I've seen Al using his. How long will a piece of hash last in that?
Well, I learned.
Let's find out, shall we?
I have learned with mine that
I don't want to use one of the new
single
ones.
person or multiple persons would be different lengths of hash that you add to this. The amount that you put in. That's what I.
All right. So here, let's go through a demonstration. Oh, by the way, each one of these comes with their own set of instructions in both English and French because that's a requirement in Canada. We have to supply all advertising and literature in both official languages of Canada. So all you do is you pick your little snake, and instead of putting that into the middle of a joint, which is what I used to do, you have it on this end.
That's what I'm doing right now, buddy.
Oh, there you go. So now what we do at the end of it,
Now some hash.
So this was built for the old school hash. This is the hash that your uncles and your grandparents would get. And this is the stuff that we would all treasure whenever we could get it because we thought it was the best stuff because it's the constant. It was our form of concentrate.
Correct.
Right? When we were young, right?
Yes. Yes.
This is our form of dabbing, right?
Yeah.
We used to love it, especially the old guys that smoking 5 or 6 joints for breakfast.
Yeah.
So anyway, so Al, as you can see here, it's brewing, it's filling up in this chamber. Once I get to a point where it's filled up to enough for my lungs,
Yeah.
it up, tick a little bit.
Because you can just
suck
sip it,
out.
right?
Yeah. And then just drink
You
it
just
out of
sip
the straw. And then
Yeah.
I put it back down. Pulling it in, draws fresh air through it, so that way it's reloaded, reset, refills itself. If I forget about this, usually happens about the 4th or 5th one of them.
I get that.
After I've forgotten about it, it'll put itself out and it'll snuff itself out. I've anecdotally heard that this is a very efficient way to smoke your hash and consume your hash because very, very little wastage.
And it's
You know,
personal.
it's
It's
all
personal,
really
but you can share it. You
There
know,
you go.
It's like a drink. It's personal
Yeah.
size, but you can share it around the room. I have a Student glass, and you can share that for hours on end.
Right. Yeah. And then and that's it.
So when it comes to the amount of hash that you put in there, being that it'll go out
Eventually, yeah.
and relight
And
it.
then you relight it. Yep. Yeah. No, I just put a big long snake into it and just forget about it. Like and then I'll pull on it and then, like I said, 2 or 3 of those and then you forget that what you were doing or what you were smoking. Not.
Oh yeah, you don't smoke.
Not really.
No, that's right. Yeah.
He doesn't share with his underlings.
I think a joint smoker would like that.
What's that, Al?
I think a joint smoker would like that.
Oh well, yeah, I smoke joints all the time.
There you go, Master. I'm gonna drop that into there for him because he's a special one.
Oh, he needs the fresh one.
Of course he does. He's master.
Well, look how beautiful that waterfall is.
Yeah.
It's yeah. That's one that didn't cross quality insurance, by the way. It's all right on the side.
But those are nice if you've got five or 6 people sitting around and you got 5 or 6 people or 6 of those, you can just share it, but not share it.
Yeah, and my whole idea with it is why share it when you can all have your own. And to your point with the party size one, any bigger than the chambers that we make is too big.
Too big.
The smoke,
Yeah.
the hash smoke just gets stale and
Okay.
old, right? Like that old bomb smoke. Don't make sure you clear the tongue out,
Yeah.
right? You know what we're doing, right?
Same thing, right.
Like, oh, look at that.
So,
That's
like-
super cool. Look at that.
Look at that.
Look at that. Look at that. Look, that's hash smoke. Hash smoke falls.
And this is why you should clean your apples.
Wow. Oh, hey. For your audience.
Hey.
For your audience.
Okay.
I highly recommend that if you drink coffee, get one of these things and you fill this with ISO,
Yeah.
right? And then when you're done with your apple for the day and night, drop it in there, close it up. And when you wake up in the morning, pull it out and you give it yourself a little rinse in the water and then you drink half of the day. Right? It'll always be clean, right? And then you just keep the lid on this and then your alcohol will never
That's really a cool idea. There you go. A tip. A day tip. An official day tip.
Dr. Martha Stewart.
Eh.
You're talking about snail smoke and stuff. With this, when it goes out, obviously there's going to be smoke in that chamber.
That's the fastest way to make the apple dirty, is to let smoke sit in there. Because it clings to the side immediately.
Yeah.
And otherwise it just dissipates because as you can see, once it fills up, I don't know if you can see it on the camera or not, once it fills up, it starts to overflow.
Yeah.
Right? And it's like, I got somebody.
starving for oxygen.
Yeah, that's what I was wondering. Like at the end, obviously you're gonna have
That's why there's no oxygen.
Yeah.
And then here's another reason. One of the things is I get a lot of criticism or questions about why this here is so loose and it rattles so much. Well, the reason for that is the airflow. Because if you had it sitting tight and not rattling, it just completely choke out and it would never stay lit.
You gotta keep some
have
air in there.
You gotta have it so that rattle. It's kind of one of those, which is a little contrary.
Right? And then where would you get another stem?
If you break your stem,
Airswagshop.org.
yeah, or you message me.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
So what I'll do is I'll do a call out and I'll encourage people to message me whenever they have a broken stem.
Yeah.
Mainly because of the fact that I'm doing impromptu quality assurance.
Right.
Right. The number of stems I have to send out as a replacement would generally tell me whether or not this is a viable product, right?
Yeah.
And I give replacement stems out pretty much for free. And I can still do that because I only get one in maybe 1,000 every few months. And it's never, but it's always because of negligence, right?
Now people can lose them.
Yeah.
Or drop them.
Yeah, and as far as for someone to replace that stem, they'd have to get a hold of you. Unless you've got them available in the store.
They are available.
Separately. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, they're available individually, but realistically, it's so hard to put a price on that little stem.
Oh, I'm sure.
Because that little stem, in my mind, is that stem is actually quite high towards the whole value of the whole piece. But I'm hard pressed to charge $25 for every place. And then at the same time, like, I have no idea. It hasn't, like 1 in 1,000 every few months is probably like, that means I'm sending out 10 or 15, right? It's not a big deal at all, right? So anyway.
Crap.
Hash hits different.
So it does.
Yeah. This is the point of the video, Al, where you start recording faster, maybe. Jump. Yeah. Use that 30 frames per second George Miller shit.
Now let's see where else we can go with this. As far as so these are available.
Take a moment, Al.
So as far as the retail stores, they could be available and are they just available in Ontario retail stores?
Everywhere.
Everywhere, so right across the country.
Yep.
So for people to go into the stores, see if they're there, ask if they're not there, and maybe they'll bring them in.
I have a question. Can you bang a nail in with a apple like you did with the other thing?
Sure. Let's. I'll get you that apple right now. Yeah. We'll send you that video. Yeah, definitely. Yeah. We certainly can. 32.
I think he's looking for one.
Oh, maybe.
I know that I've taken my apple on the road with me quite a few times. So what's that?
Now I know, and I know how we'll talk about it a little bit. The next iteration, but water filtered hash devices.
Oh,
the water filter concentration. Yep. So
it's got the percolator in the bottom.
It's got percolator in the bottom. And the secret with this one is that this chamber here acts as the internal HAPL.
Right.
Right. So that chamber is where this filters through.
And bubbles.
Yeah, I found it very smooth.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Trying it. Yeah.
Well, when I received it, I waited 5 days before I used it. So
Okay.
my first toke, everybody got to see the first time I used it in the video. When we did the broadcast. Smooth. Oh. Here.
Let's try this.
Okay. To answer your question now.
Oh, here we go.
Forward. No. Okay, hang on. I'm going to turn this. Okay.
No, you're gonna cut this.
You just cut it out yourself.
Ah! Oh no!
Did you hit that for something that wasn't designed
Yeah.
to do that with?
Oh, those weren't test taps before? Then he just would tap, tap, tap.
Well,
tap,
any tap.
Yeah!
Any tap.
You know who's really good at those things?
Oh, I'm gonna try it again. Here we go.
All right, I'll do it once more, and this time I'm only gonna hit it 5 times.
Five. Okay, we're gonna hit an apple on the nail.
Yeah, that's great.
Okay, all right, that's great. Holy Jesus.
How do you know what? You need to learn to count, mister.
There you go. Yeah. Okay.
All right.
So I mean that's it's nice to see that because a lot of people, one of the reasons they don't use pipes is because you drop them and they break.
So this tube is for the HAPL body. That tube is for the mouthpiece. And this glass rod here is what I make the stem from.
Cool.
They come in 5-foot lengths. And we get them from Nortel Manufacturing in Markham, Ontario, Scarborough, Ontario. What I've got is set up a section of the tube. I take one of the long tubes and I break it in half. I cut one hole and I put it on that. And another piece on the other side. They're hooked up a spout, which allows me to control which side I blow into. I've got a glass, the tube on this end, which is what I use as a blow tube or a handle, which I'll show you when I take it off. And here's the raw glass on this side. Now, these are 3 tools I use. And then the only other thing I have is this piece of glass here, which I use to pick molten glass off so I don't have to do it with my fingers.
Makes sense.
Which you're not supposed to. This Bunsen burner acts like the oven, and what it does is heats up the glass and gets it to a minimum temperature so that it doesn't blow up or crack when the higher temperature of the torch gets on it. open up a hole on this main tube. So at this point, the glass is heated up enough, so I'll turn the Bunsen burner off. Once it's fused, I'll puff into it to make sure that it doesn't collapse on itself. Because as glass heats up and becomes molten, it wants to condense on itself. So it's always collapsing. So one of the things I'm doing with the blowing of the now what I have set up right now is I have a tube with hoses hooked up on both ends, a valve to be able to control which side I blow into so that I can control which way the pressure goes in. Not as big a deal on these pieces, becomes more important as you get into larger, complicated pieces like the neutron. In our shop, sometimes we turn our bigger flame on, it creates some sound, so we have a tendency, you can edit in the sound effect later. I say Roger Rabbit. Wow. Glass here, and you'll see here I have a little template that I take here, and my template, you'll notice that this tool is the right width for the length as well as the width of the apple. So I look at that, maybe this is still the same size. I do this every time because for some reason I'm worried that this tool will change size. Once I've gotten it hot and molten enough, I'll start puffing it out to shape and form the bottom of the apple, of the first apple. Yeah.
Right there. Yeah.
You want to slide that on now if you want to. Yeah. It'll help to cut that glare out a little bit.
There you go. Yeah, what Dave was mentioning was this device right here. I got it in my hand, and what it allows me to do is to watch the flame. Because that can,
filters out the yellow. Filters out the sodium.
yeah, which can be end up where you get. Well, I guess it's not like a welding flash or anything. Yeah.
So you'll notice here I formed the bottom half of the apple. I made it about 2/3 of the size I want it to be. Using my template. Use my template this way. Now I know how long it's supposed to be. I've got that section there earmarked out for this particular apple. And then now what I'm going to do is heat up the whole piece. And then at that mark, this mark here, I'll pinch it down, puff into it a little bit to start that apple growing. It's kind of interesting. It's kind of interesting. I actually watched a bunch of YouTube time-lapse videos of apples actually growing because that's kind of what it was. It didn't help.
That is extremely hot.
Oh, yes. What's the temperature when glass is molten, Master? 2,000 degrees Fahrenheit. So now I puffed it in, I puffed it out, and you'll see it's about the width that I want it to be at, for the height that I want it to be at, but the shaping is not quite there, so I'll go back in briefly, heat up the bottom of it, just the bottom half of the apple. That's where I use this tool, what I'm doing is I'm pushing it against the glass I don't want to move so that it'll cool faster. So the glass that's still hot moves more. So there's my, pretty much the apple. Kind of like it. The bottom could be a little bit more puffed out, so I will keep that bottom a little bit more. Puff and blow it out. That's my first one in this string. I'll go in. Now I'm going to pinch off the top to create the top opening as well as the bottom of the next one. So I'll do that. This tube here is thicker, so instead of, if I condense it down, it's going to be too thick there relative to the rest of the handle. So I actually do a combination of condensing and stretching to maintain the wall thickness of the glass, so that wall thickness is consistent as possible. Now that I've gotten that kind of thinned out, I'll go in on this side and I'll pinch off to create the top of the apple. That's it. And then what that does is it also has thinned out the glass between that and the next one on the string. So I can just move down the line, set up, heat up to do the second one, which I'll do quickly.
See it swelling as I watch it through this lens.
So yeah, as I mentioned, I'm not using a template or anything like that. I'm just trying to grow out of the glass. And I only do it this way just to keep it interesting. Like, it would be faster and easier if I used the template. But this is what's been making it somewhat interesting for the last 10,000 tries. I turn down the heat and the flame size to a smaller flame because I don't want to heat up too much of this glass. Because right now I'm getting ready to pull this section off. So I'm going in, forming up that top apple there. Now I have two there. I'm more concerned about making sure they fit into the packaging. So I worry about that in terms of my diameters and parameters. Not so worried about the actual shape of each of them. Mainly because most people only buy them one at a time. And as I said, I challenge anyone to find two apples.
Do the same.
Yeah. Now, what you'll notice I just did there was I really thinned that out, made it nice and thin, and pulled it apart so that when I rip it off and separate the two tubes, there's minimal amount of glass that's there. I'll do the same thing here. This is something that Master has asked me to do, which is to thin out that section in between the apples so that when he's working by hand, it'll be easier for him to separate out. Whereas I'm working on a machine, and essentially it allows me to take coffee breaks or dad breaks. So I've gone in and I've thinned out that as much as I need to, so that that way when in the next stage when they're removed from the string, it'll be easier to count. Finally, I'll go in on this end. I'll keep this section up here. I'll let that condense down.
It's two bottoms against each other.
Two top. Well, no, that's the bottom.
Oh, okay.
See? Apples. Thanks, Al. Thanks for measuring my point. All right. So I'll turn that off, and then I will take these two, and I'll pull them off of here, and then I'll place them over to this station here at Master.
Okay, so now they're full. So we're coming over here and
We're gonna come over here on this side. He's working off of, now what he's going to do now is he's going to finish off the handles. I'll talk it through one. You'll talk it through one of them. I'll talk it through one of them and then do the other one. Does that make sense?
Yep.
Right, and then that way, kind of gives you both, right?
Correct.
So now once the prep work is done over on the lathe, it now has to come over to me to put the mouthpiece on and finish off the top part. So first up, I just need to clean up and close off the top that's left over from the lathe. This is to prevent condensation from building up on the inside. So come over there. Flowing into the glass, I pop the hole out there, and now using graphite, I use it to open the hole up to be the as the 12.7 millimeter tube that I use to attach to it as a mouthpiece. How do I know it's the exact same size? Experience. So I have the tube here with an open edge to it. And then I warm both of them up just a little bit right here. And attach it. And then I position it the way I want as the glass is cooling down. Then I choose where I want to melt the glass off, the length of the mouthpiece, which typically is going to be about 0.75 to 1 inch in length from the handle. So I break that off just like that. And using stainless steel tweezers, I just clean the end off a little bit. It makes the glass step a little bit easier. Now I'm going to make that mouthpiece fully melted in and homogeneous with the rest of the handle. This creates the strength in the handle. Okay, that's so I'm going to use a hand torch just to get the heat precisely where I want. Because I don't need to heat very much glass here. I just need a very small section at a time. And I'm just going to work around slowly. Get it all melted in, getting tiny little puffs between heats to put the glass to the position I need it to be. To melt the borosilicate glass, we use a combination of propane and pure oxygen to create the temperatures that we use. So I'm just warming the glass up just to make sure that it's all the same temperature again. This is just to prevent the glass from forming. We have a Bunsen burner in front of me here. That keeps will heat the glass up to about 1200 to 1300 degrees. If you're not careful, that is hot enough for the glass to sort of start to bend, and you have to be careful to sort of keep it within the 1000 to 1200 range. Now that I have opened the hole up on the top, I'm going to heat up the glass with the flame and use my graphite to push it down and create a flat top. Now, one area of the handle that needs to be consistent is the hole at the top. The slot needs to be consistent so that stem that we've shown you fits properly and has the right amount of wiggle space. So I use another graphite reamer here, and this one has a measured line on it. So I open the top of the hole here to 14 millimeters. Once again, I'm just going to make sure that that's flat with the graphite. And then again, pushing and feed into it to make sure it's all even. Now, what I need to do is open up the mouthpiece and make it functional. So to do that, I'm going to heat up a different piece of glass that's in my right hand now. I'm going to get it to be molten hot, whereas the glass that's in my left hand is going to be technically cold, but really it's going to be like 1000 degrees. but compared to the 2.5 or 3,000 degrees that this side was, this side was cold, relatively speaking. So now I'm going to allow that heat line to dissipate. Right there. Now, if I just left that, it would have been razor sharp. So a little bit of flame with one. And once again, I'm going to use tongs covered in Kevlar to hold the piece of work and melt it off. So for it, I'm not able to manipulate the glass very effectively in the tongs. So the less amount of turning that I can do, the better off I am. Now I need to make the bottom flat. So I'm going to spin it around and once it's all hot here, I'm going to once again use graphite to bring it down and flatten it off. And there you have it, a finished apple. Thanks, Master. I'm going to go through making stems. Here's that long piece of rod. 8 millimeters in diameter is the one I like to use for the stems for the apple. Going to break this down really quickly in half. So a little bit more manageable for my short little arms. First thing I'll do is I will heat up the corner and I'll push in the Maria, which is the circular love that acts as a stopper. So I'll get a section of it hot like this and molten, pull it out of the flame, and then I'm squeezing it together to make that rounded disc. Okay? Second step after that is I will take and pull off the end that I'm going to form the little wedge side of it where you attach your hash. And what I'll do with that is I'll rip this off, set this aside for the next one, use my handy trusted butter knife that forced my wife to have to buy a whole new set because she was missing a butter knife. And I'll just take it and I'll press in that little wedge in that, or as also been described, a little butt crack. And that little butt crack there will sit in there, heat it up a little bit, just to quickly even out the temperature on that. Switch hands, place this, have these tongs here. I bent them, especially made them so they'll grab the piece. I will heat up this end, which is the end side that I will use, and press into a leaf. And it turns out that Master had bought this little pair of tweezers that has a little pattern on them. And I've been using these for every single apple stem. Take it, do a half a touch, and that squishes it up to form that leaf pattern. There you are. Set that down, and then I can make 10,000 more of those. And
Awesome. Awesome.
And that's the steps to making an apple.
Excellent. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Do you make colored ones, Dave?
Yeah. We
Yeah?
do.
Okay,
But
cool.
the colored ones and the colored ones, we don't make very many of them because of the fact that the price point, the price changes.
Yeah.
And it's just you see the process. We're doing this all day long, every day.
Yep.
300 a week, right? So that's just all we do, and hey, can't complain about it. At the same time, it's definitely not quite. This is not the glassblower's dream.
But yeah, but I mean, really,
You're producing these in your
you know,
shop out back.
we waited till we hit 10,000 before announcing the licensing agreement because you know what? At 10,000, I think I'm allowed to do whatever the fuck I want.
You've sold 10,000 then.
We've made way more than that, but we've sold out the door.
Correct.
10,000. That doesn't even account for masters, hash kettles, and hash lanterns. We're only talking about the nug hassle.
Right.
We're not even talking about the hackles before the nugs. These are strictly just the ones.
Just the hackle.
Just the ones for the overlord,
Right.
Right? Which is wonderful, right?
Mhm.
Love them. I love my overlords very much. Overlords.
And as we haven't really mentioned, as you can see, you can use, well, this is the dewdrop. You can use it as an E now.
With
As
an E now.
a dab rig.
Yeah.
And the point of the dewdrop was to provide that option for the consumer who doesn't dab very often. Right?
Right.
It's for those people who prefer hash, prefer joints, but they'll do the occasional dab and things like that. That's why we built this and that's why we released this, is because we want to give that option to people without having them having to outlay a lot of money.
Now, did I see a video as well that you can do hash in there?
Yep.
You can do dabs.
Yep.
Now, did I see you put a banger in there as well as a bowl?
Yeah.
For smoking herb?
Yeah, but sure. But I argue you're going backwards. Sure, you can smoke flour out of this thing. Oh, why? When you can smoke hash.
But it's the multi-tool. It's the Swiss knife.
We're trying to make it to be that way.
Yeah.
Right? It's just a daily driver. But most people have a preference. Right? They have their preference on how they like to consume. And the whole idea, as we talked about earlier, about the idea about glass being one of the cleanest delivery devices for cannabis, or for really a lot of things, right? For anything, really, right? We're really hoping that this the Drew drop is going to be something that gives that person their regular option in addition to all of the other things for once in a while, right? Because very rarely do people smoke flour hash piece.
Well,
the
yeah,
taste
exactly.
is really weird. Like it tastes really
and
weird.
if you're doing it in a vaporizer, especially some of the old style ones, that was a mess.
Right, it's a mess, and so therefore, right, so that's why I'm like, no, you don't want to.
But this gives you the base. People have to have their own adapters.
Is it the ideal dab rig? Possibly for the right person, right? But there's so many different designs out there. This is really just meant to give, you know what? In a pinch, here you go. This is your daily drive.
It's your daily smoker. That's what I was going to say. Yeah.
Right. It's going to retail for $100. It's a bigger investment than the Hackle is, but with the water filtration and the fact that you can use it for any form of consumption, we're hoping that that'll justify the pricing for it.
Yeah.
Right. And really, right now, the last thing people need is a fancy marble on the side of it that they don't need to get high.
Well, guys, I'd like to take this opportunity to thank Master and Dave for allowing us to come here today in order to film you guys doing your work, as well as learning all the history behind the apple and how to see how the apple is created. We really appreciate you allowing us to come in here today, film you doing your thing, what you love to do. That's blowing glass, answering some questions, and you've had a great success, and we wish you continued success.
Thanks so much. Thanks, Els.
Al, you got anything you'd like to say? Enjoy.
Thanks. I enjoyed watching it. I watched the whole thing. I just sat here because I've always liked that stuff, but I've always avoided going near it. It's scary.
So don't forget, go to your cannabis store in your area, whether you live in British Columbia or Newfoundland, and you can go in there, check to see if they've got the apple. If they don't, request that they bring you one in and enjoy your hash.
You got a website where people can go directly?
www.canarisswag.shop. It's the Overlord's website.
Okay.
Instagram?
Instagram, @Masterglass. And I'm Dave. Earl Electric Dave.
Thanks, everybody.
Okay.
Thanks again. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Rerolled Saturdays. Check it out. Nothing but non-stop cannabis and psychedelic programming. Find it at 420pace.ca.